welcome back everyone. So I hope you've had a refreshing lunch and you've managed to have some good conversations with people. I think we can all agree this morning's session was packed for some powerful insights. Now we're going to move on to a special conversation that brings together two critical worlds, AI, health and human practice. And the person who's going to moderate that is Dilip. So I'm going to welcome Dilip to the stage now, where he's going to introduce his panel. This is, I think, a very important topic to discuss. So Dilip, if I can bring you to the stage now.
Thank you, Louise. So I would like to invite Dr. Rajesh, and I'll give his full introduction later when we are sitting, and Deborah Doal. Please welcome.
Hello. Just testing the mic. Hello.
Hello, everyone. I know we have done food session just now before this, which was good for body. But here we are talking more about health, which is not about food, but it is more about everything else. And as I have discussed with both of my co-panelists, just to make it a bit interesting from the perspective of how is it important, and it's a special conversation or fire chat basically. And I would like to start introducing first. You will see the kind of a, means why it is special, you'll learn about it. So we have in my left, Deborah Doal, and she is a patient and an editor in Kidney Care UK, the largest kidney care charity in the UK. And then, so we have a patient, and then we have a doctor, Dr. Rajesh, who is a transplant surgeon and a founder of the BODDINGTON system. So he believes in technology, basically, to bring AI and robotics to you will learn about those dynamics. And me, myself, not technical experts, but a technologist. And we want to see that how synergy will going to work. And we'll talk on a couple of topics. So I would like to start with with Deborah, that as she is the actual consumer of these medical side part of it. Currently, she needs help from her health perspective, and she is helping via her charity. So what is her perspective? And then we kick off from there.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for inviting me. My name is Deborah Duval. I'm a kidney patient, multiple organ transplant recipient, and I'm managing editor at Kidney Care UK, as you have heard, the largest kidney patient support charity in the United Kingdom. And I also run a project called the Kidney Kitchen, because I do believe that patients on occasion know better than healthcare professionals about what we patients actually need. So I do believe there is a place. I'm hugely skeptical about AI, I have to say, because one mistake, I'm afraid, will then govern what AI will decide about me and my fellow patients. But I'm hugely excited about it as well, because I can see a potential for AI to relieve me from the responsibility of having to be the center of excellence for my own health. So I'm the only person currently that knows all about me when I go to visit different consultants. And I would hope that AI could relieve that pressure from me and my fellow patients. So I hand over to Rajesh now, and he can put that into real life for you.
Thank you. So I'm Rajesh. I'm a transplant surgeon in BODD's Health NHS Trust here. And you know, the AI, when we all think about it, you know, one of the things when I started looking into it, I thought, it's artificial intelligence, right? That, I think, makes people nervous. You know, imagine if AI was defined as assisting intelligence. people would have seen differently because it's seen as a support, or if it is defined as an augmenting intelligence. So I think that itself, it has a lot of impact. Now, why do I got passionate with this? It's really because seeing patients suffering from the way currently they are treated. They are treated extremely well at a very high standard, but still the treatment starts when they come to the hospital. So therefore they are ill, they have to get their way to the hospital, then the treatment starts. So this led me to sort of look for opportunities where we can start diagnosing the problems and potentially treating the problems using innovations. Now, we all heard in the morning, this morning and yesterday as well, that there are not enough doctors, there are not enough nurses. So we can't produce them quickly enough to address this problem. But what we can do is look at the innovations and see the appropriate ones which can be implemented so that can help us to address it. So that's why I'm very passionate about this.
And I want you to continue and start with that fire chat because you are more in medical mode. And I'll pitch in from the technology perspective that how I can help.
Yeah, great. So I think when we start looking at these things, the first question we need to be thinking about is, what is the best solution? What is the best solution for a healthcare professional to offer it to their patients? And when I think about it, I think for me it is something which addresses a problem which is more frequent. It doesn't have to solve the 1 in a million problem, but it has to solve something which happens 1,000,000 times in a week or 1,000,000 times in a day across the country. So for me, that's the key thing to start with. Second thing is really see how we can engage with patients, because we can design and do everything what we can to make it usable unless the person can use it. I think for me, that's the key thing. So Deborah, what do you think will help you, let's say, tomorrow?
Okay, so Rajesh, you and I have had the benefit of a little chat before this conference. And so it has started my imagination thinking, actually practical issues. My biggest practical issue is that as a multiple organ transplant recipient, and I'm also waiting for my 5th transplant, I also have difficult to control type 1 diabetes. I also have to work and I have to live. And how do I manage all of those things? And I see multiple different disciplines within the hospital system. So I'm not just dealing with one department. And every time I go to another department, I have to repeat my medical history as best I know it. And I'm often asked questions about procedures that have happened, and I can't remember or I don't know because although I might have been there for a transplant, an operation, I wasn't conscious, so I can't give you the details of that. So, but I want to take control of my condition. I want to join with you, the healthcare professional and the technicians, to come up with a solution that will help us all and not frighten us, because I think, as Rajesh has explained, that word artificial is quite worrying, is quite a loaded word. So for me, what I would like from the technicians is perhaps a duplicate of me, a digital duplicate of me, that I could tap into on my computer and say, what happened in that operation? Why can't I take that medication? What is likely to happen because I'm taking those drugs to my already weakened bones? So that I can say to the person prescribing that medication, have you thought about this? Because my twin me is telling me, is flagging me up that that's going to be a concern for me later on, and I want to live as long as I can. I want to work for as long as I can so that I can be as least expensive to a welfare state that otherwise has to support me. So we all benefit if we've got the information accurately at hand. And yes, I can already see that if inaccurate information was plumbed into my duplicate me, I would get bad results, but that can happen by a human. So when I speak to a human, if somebody's written down an inaccurate note, we're going to build on that. So I think the problems that we currently have might be amplified a little bit if we go into this digital world, but I do see that I would be hugely reassured if I could tap into that digital version of me and take some information to all these different disciplines that I have to see over the course of my medical life, and we would all be looking at the same information. So that's how I see technically that you could help me.
So, Dilip, I mean, you heard from Deborah about the need for it. Do you think technology, with what we have at the moment, with work from ztudium and everybody, do you think we are ready to deliver something like this?
Yes, I was about to come to that point. At ztudium, we have developed technology called Life's DNA, where Deborah was talking digital me, but in actual technology world, it's called digital twinning. And now it's being empowered with the AI so that we have a correct parameters. And as Deborah mentioned, that we could, means she operated 5 times. So I'll have a, from technology point of view, many of you will understand their worsening numbers. I can do from Deborah 0 to Deborah 5. And I know how things got changed and who have changed it. So I know that who did those changes in your body, any changes is being done or drugged or anything, that those parameters is there and they are handy with you via the digital twin technology. And then whomever you will authorize, they will have access. And they will understand that now with the Deborah 5.0, what all the things they need to take care to ensure that you get the right medications. So yes, means the digital twinning empowered with artificial intelligence. I know that artificial is a wrong word, but it's invented long back. So we want to bring that, a positivity towards that artificial word.
And I think, so when we're talking about digital twin, and this is something I'm excited about because we are partnering with ztudium to do this project, because this is not a new concept, digital twin. Many of you know. Even recently, it was shown in cardiology, in heart failure, that has a significant impact. So therefore, we are not inventing something new. It's just really adopting to a disease model or a different group of patients. Deborah, that's great. You're passionate about it. You want this to be there. But what do you think the concerns are? What do you think the other you, which was skeptical, what are the things you need us to know?
I never want to talk to a computer. I always want to speak to a human being. And I'm even a little bit concerned that sometimes I don't see the same human being every time I go to the hospital. So, but I know that that's selfish of me. I know that we don't live in a perfect world. And I know that every person I do speak to has access to the same note. So it's possibly slightly irrational of me, but as a human being, I connect to another human being. A human being will see that I got frown marks on my forehead and I don't really understand something, or I'm ultra concerned about something, and a robot won't. So I don't want there ever to be a day where I, as a patient, and my fellow patients go into a hospital and we sit in front of a screen and tap in our symptoms, our concerns, and a robot comes back to me. I always want, you will never replace a human being. I want to know that a human being will always be able to discuss something, will be able to identify something that I'm perhaps trying to mask. We'll be able to say, hold on a minute, I know you, I've known you for all these years, what aren't you telling me? Now, I don't believe there will be a time when technology will bridge that gap. So that's my major concern, is that I always want to see a human being when I come to a hospital.
And then Dilip, from the technology innovation point of view, what do you think the key barriers are for you to work with healthcare systems? In UK, ztudium has been across the globe. So what are the things you see in UK and other countries where the biggest barriers which you want them to be sorted out now?
So I think there is a good point why we want to bring this special conversation, is that we have a patient care charity. We need to listen their views when we are building technology, and we have a domain experts from health perspective, and that will help us that how we deliver these technologies. See, technologies was there since ages, and it is coming. No doubt AI is not just mere technology, it is another change which is coming into the picture. But at the same time, I understand the concept and need of it, that humans should play always role. So what we are saying here, we are not replacing humans here. We are empowering the domain experts with the technology to make decision which could be a 99% correct today. We want to make them 99.9% correct so that patient feel confident and human plays the role in this, and that's in the technology world we call human in the loop, HIL. So they will always play the role as a domain experts.
And I mean, that's really right, isn't it? It's really looking for small increments to start with and then build it on instead of aiming for the permanent solution in the first attempt. I think that's excellent. And I think just to wrap things up, do you think in the agentic AI and using these models, do they need to come very close to a human being, or there has to be a differentiator? Deborah, what do you think? Do it has to be perfectly like another you, or do you want something to separate you as a human from it?
I'd like to think that no one could ever replicate me, Rajesh. I don't know the answer to the question. That's the honest truth. I haven't thought that one through. I'd like it to look like me. I think I would be disturbed if it became too much like me. So I think there would be that fine line. I think that patients should be involved, or patient advocates, people who actually know how to explain their condition and can embrace change, should be involved in this. We are all individuals just like you. You know, just because we have a health condition, we are still completely unique in our own mind. So I'm not sure is the answer. I'm not sure.
I'm glad you said that, otherwise it would have been challenging. But I think the main key thing comes out is the co-development, early engagement with clinical teams, early engagement and designing with the patients. I think that is the key in developing a solution and having that kind of framework for every step of the way. I think that is the key. Would you agree?
I will say 3 words: empower rather than replace. So that's what my word is.
Great. I think that's been a good discussion. Thank you, Deborah, and thank you, Dilip, for this wonderful opportunity.
So, continuation to this, I will hand over this moderation to Dr. Rajesh, and he will invite his co-panelists here, and we will continue to discuss about next sessions, which I'll give hand over to Rajesh.
Right.
Thank you, Deborah and Rajesh. It was wonderful to chat with you.
Thank you. And I think that just puts a nice start to the next panel discussion, which I'm really excited about, because this just shows the need for why we need to be here, why this kind of summit is extremely important, and why having clinicians and patients together with the technology experts to maximize what can be done to address a problem, which is not months away, which is not years away, which is right now. Which means whatever we do, we need to start urgently. So I'm delighted that I'm going to have a fantastic panel of people who are joining us. Of course, Deborah is going to be being with us as well. So I'd like to invite Mr. Kuram, who's a transplant surgeon, works in BODDS with me, and is an amazing academic surgeon. And also he leads our research in our team as well. And followed by Ms. Zachary. So she's a transplant surgeon and a urologist and robotic surgeon. So she works in Guy's and St. Thomas's Hospital. So she is joining us. And we have Pankaj Chandak, who's an academic surgeon in Great Ormond Street and is Ontarian professor as well. So we have a fantastic panel of people in here. Let's give a round of applause to welcome onto the stage. And also, we have Professor Dasgupta, who's a robotic surgeon and a world-renowned academician in the robotic surgery. He couldn't join us, so he sent us a recorded video, which I'll play at the right time when the question comes. So, welcome everyone onto the stage, and it's a pleasure to have you all here. So you heard the discussions we just started with Deborah and Dilip. Let's continue the theme of it. So, in your opinion, let's start with Rana. where do you think medtech in general, I mean, we are focusing on AI here, where do you think medtech is at this point in our work?
Thank you for the invitation. MedTech, I think, is at a good point. It's not as far as it could be, but I think it's at a good point. I think it's at a point where there is some synergy between AI, robotics, data analytics, for example, and that's important. That's important because we need precision medicine, we need safety, we need efficiency. So I think it's at a good point. There's various aspects of it. Obviously, we'll go into more details on that, but I think we're getting there. We're not as far as we could be.
That's great. I love what you said in the end. We are not there. You know, I think that is the key, isn't it? What do you think, Ram? I mean, do you feel in the same line, or?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think we are at a stage which is, we're probably not there in the Goldilocks zone. We're actually getting to the area where we would be fully comfortable with the technology. We still have, I think we got three types of people. So people who are actually still are opposed to the idea of integrating the technology fully. And then we've got people who are completely indifferent, who probably haven't actually seen or exposed to the benefits or the issues that it can create. And people who are actually just really pushing for it. So yeah, I totally agree. We are at a nice point in thing, and I think what we've seen recently is that the progression and improvement in the technology and integration in the last 4 or 5 years is been it's not been very linear. It's been exponential, and things like ChatGPT, your DeepSeek, and all these things, and they've become so accessible. All these things were there previously as well, but we who are non-technical, we don't understand the AI and as you guys understand this. But we are the kind of consumers. We have started seeing the benefits in our clinical practice. I'm going to give the example of, although it's not been approved and things, but a lot of colleagues would actually start using the dictation softwares and things, making sure that obviously the patient details are not in there. And it just makes a huge difference in their day-to-day activity, and they can actually spend more time with their patients rather than actually chasing up the secretaries to write up the letters. So I think I agree. We're getting there.
Yeah, I think you're right. Actually, I mean, do you think, Pankaj, COVID played a part in this?
Yeah, I think COVID probably did play a big part in this. I mean, all our lives were changed because of COVID. We had to think in a different way. We had to rely on a different way of working and living. And we still had the same health problems. We still had all the same health issues. But COVID, I think, added a different challenge to that. And I think AI and machine learning, especially in AI in healthcare, really, the importance of that during COVID really became very obvious to a lot of healthcare workers.
Yeah, and I think that's where COVID really a pivotal point for a lot of us. Many of us who practice in London, we started doing remote outpatient clinics, video clinics. We started doing certain initiatives which were frowned upon. So therefore, certainly that did make an impact, isn't it? And I think that's where I think it kind of made us look at the whole thing differently. When I say whole things, it's the solutions, whether it's going to be innovations or whether it is going to be any other technology which we want to do. And one of the things we often talk about when we talk about innovations in surgery specifically is the robotic surgery. And Professor Dasgupta, who's kindly sent a video, I'll play it, and he's been in the robotic field. He's one of the pioneers in UK, I would say, for robotic surgery. And he has launched a lot of projects about robotic surgery, surgical training. So let's listen to what he has to say.
Good afternoon. My name is Professor Prokha Dasgupta, and I'm the Professor of Surgery at KingSell Partners. I also have the great privilege of leading health and social care within Responsible AI UK, funding by UK Research and Innovation, specifically the Engineering and Physical Sciences Research Council. Thank you for inviting me to this panel and giving me the opportunity to perhaps share my thoughts on the frameworks of robotic surgery and AI today. There are 5 important frameworks that we need to keep in mind as new robots come and flood the markets. Firstly, we need a standardized way of creating and evaluating these new machines. One such tool would be the ideal pathway. This was published in Nature Medicine last year and goes from an idea to development to long-term follow-up and includes trials of a new device. I would urge you to try and use such a standardized pathway for the evaluation of new machines. Second, can we personalize the robotic surgery and AI to individual patients? Yes, we can. We have just published a paper on touch and image-guided robotic surgery, otherwise known as the TIGERS project. Here we have shown that if you generate 3D printed prostates from the MRI scans of patients with cancers, then you can personalize that operation to the individual patient. Where to cut, where not to cut, where to preserve the structures. We can provide personalized surgery today. Then comes the issue of value-based healthcare. This was just highlighted by NICE in April, and it has approved 5 robots in soft tissue conditions, but again says that these need to bring value. We know that for robotic surgery in solid cancers such as bowel, prostate or gynecological cancers, cost effectiveness is almost guaranteed as compared to open surgery, not because of any other reason, but the fact that these patients go back to work earlier, so they on average would save themselves nearly 35 days off work. They would have a lesser chance of cancer being left behind, and the hospital stay would be shorter. So while these tools are expensive upfront and their maintenance is expensive, we have the opportunity to bring real benefit to our patients.
So you heard the Prokar talking about his experience in robotic surgery and the framework what is developed. And also to add to his comments, now there are more robots as well. So therefore the cost element of it is significantly changing. That paradigm is changing because there are robots developed from India, Korea, Italy. So therefore and of course in UK there are 2 other robotic companies as well, and US. So therefore what that means is really it's going to add to that portfolio of options, and the cost over time will certainly be reduced. Now, Khurram, what do you think the impact of robot with regards to surgical training? Do you feel that learning a technology makes it harder, or is it going to make it easier with AI embedded into it?
I think harder first, then easier. And again, I think it's not because of the training will become difficult, but I think it's the attitude of the clinicians. Some of us are still dinosaurs, and we say, oh no, my way is the best way of teaching and training. So I think once we get over that, I think these adjuncts would actually help in training. So I mean, we're using things like, I know when we were in training, we had things like this touch surgery app that came out like maybe 10 years ago, and we were like, oh wow. So you can look at all the steps of how to do a hernia operation. Obviously that's very, very rudimentary, and these days you got things where you can actually have tissue augmented on top of your field. When you're practicing the robots, you can actually identify the tissue planes. You can have things like ICG and things to actually see where you want to go. And of course these things will help in teaching and training, I think. But I think we would need to, again, going back to the same point, we probably will have to change our attitudes towards training, because I love the way I got trained, and currently the way I train is actually a replication of the people I looked up to. I will have to change that to keep pace.
That's really correct, isn't it? And Rana, urology is one of the specialties which kind of took robotic surgery quite early on, along with gynecology. Have you seen that, because other specialties, we are all sort of catching up. Have you seen that kind of impact on engaging with more doctors to come into healthcare? More of them want to become surgeons?
I would say absolutely yes. I think there was a bit of a lull. People saw surgery as something that was not conducive to a good lifestyle, etc. But I think things like where we used to have to come into the hospital and be present in the hospital to see or learn the operations. You've now got simulation. You've now got augmented reality, and augmented reality headsets are quite realistic. So you can be in a scenario from home if that's what you feel like. You can be in a scenario whenever is convenient to you. So yes, I think urology has taken it up very well, certainly robotics, but also all of the other things that augment onto that, including the VR headsets, for example. So I think it has definitely changed the way students are learning.
That's true indeed, isn't it? It has taken the last 2 decades to get to where we are. Now, when Deborah introduced herself earlier in the previous session, she said she's an editor, she's got kidney disease, and she had 5 surgeries. She downplayed it, the complexities of what she went through in the past. She went through 2 surgeries, which scares all of us in the stage. That takes about 10 hours. It worries us a lot. That's called pancreas transplantation for diabetes. She's gone through twice. On top of that, because you're so greedy, you went for kidney transplant twice as well. It's often combined together, so which means that's possibly one of the complex surgeries transplant surgeons do. She's gone through that twice in the last 30 years. And she agreed for me to share this. She is now working, 80 hours a week or a bit more? A lot. Or maybe 90 hours a week with 12% of kidney function. So she's really working, doing all those things, and I'm grateful that you are here just with that amount of energy. And I think the reason I expanded that, and the reason I wanted to share that is really, we can't do what we do without patient champions and organizations, what Deborah drives and works with and drives that innovation. So in your opinion, Deborah, you heard from us, about the innovation, the robotic surgery, AI. How do you think you yourself, in the last few years, we've known us for a few years, you yourself with Kidney Care UK, and your influence, you made changes to what we do in adopting these innovations?
Okay, so I'm just deeply interested in my condition. I wouldn't have chosen to have it, but ironically, it gave me a career that I would never, ever have had. So as a journalist, I interview very interesting people. I've interviewed Rajesh many times. We've carried articles in the magazine, one of the magazines I edit, and tens of thousands of kidney patients are now exposed to the potential of, in this particular case, a different way of doing our fistulas, which is our access to dialysis. So between the times where my kidney function has dipped below, say, 10%, it's 12% at the moment, and before the next transplant has come along, I've had to dialyse. So I've had to have access in my veins to receive dialysis. And Rajesh has pioneered an extremely exciting fistula, which is the access point. And as a woman, I found that very interesting and very exciting because I actually don't want to look like a patient. And the older version of the fistulas gave us this like pack of sausages up our arm, which were the ugliest thing you ever saw in your life. And now there's this potential of having a smooth arm and still receiving dialysis and still being able to go out to work and still being able to do things. So I have found kidney disease and transplantation hugely interesting, and given my life again, I wouldn't choose to be a patient. I would have chosen to go into a medical career. But we have to deal with the pack of cards that we're dealt. So I got it, I've learned about it, I have been lucky to receive the surgeries. It is very, very challenging at the moment. I've had a great life with successful transplants. It's very challenging at the moment to do what I'm doing with such low kidney function. But what I will say is the potential of AI is, for me, that there will be more versions of me that are absolutely determined to keep working and keep being a productive human being, because we'll spend less time traveling to hospital. I spend half my life in hospital car parks waiting to get into the hospital, then I'm sitting in a chair in an outpatient's appointment room, hours waiting to see somebody, hours to get back again. AI, I believe, has the potential to reduce that to an absolute minimum so that people like me can be more functioning and productive human beings. And I'm an exception. I accept that because I'm determined to have a productive life, and I'm way past retirement age. I will not stand down, but I'm lucky because I work for a charity, Kidney Care UK, who understand that I am also a patient. And they cash in on that because I have the expertise, but also the downside of that is that I reckon every week have to go to hospital for something. I think AI has the potential to reduce dramatically the amount of my life that I spend in hospital and waiting to get to hospital. And the other benefit I see is I actually don't care if it's a human being or a robot doing my transplant. I just want it to be successful. I don't care. If it's going to be better with a robot, do a robot. I'm not even conscious anyway. I just want to wake up with a functioning transplant. That's all I want. So I do believe that AI will benefit us patients massively.
Yeah, and I think, often we talk about doctors working extra time and, nurses working extra and everything. And anybody in the room here who want to innovate to solve a problem, you need an inspiration, you've got somebody like that. I think that is what drives all of us in here, and I hope you can sense that, why we do that extra, go for extra solutions, because we have patients who doesn't really accept what is given to them, and that is the key. And I think from the charity's point of view, they actually promoted the solution to all the patients so that they went and asked their doctors. So it's the other way around. So therefore, whoever is in the audience innovating and investing in these things, it doesn't have to be the top-down where the government has to decide, they have to approve. It could be the other way around. The patient power is extremely important. Yeah, that is so powerful that what you said, Deborah. Yeah. Now, I think with developing all these solutions, the key thing is to do research, and all of us are doing research in different ways. But Pankaj, you're an academic surgeon. What do you think the key challenges are doing basic science research, for example, and how do you feel AI can help in the process?
Yeah, it's a very good question. Firstly, I think AI and machine learning is definitely making a huge difference to basic science and translational science for medicine. I'll give you one example specifically. The algorithm AlphaFold, which won the Nobel Prize this year for chemistry by Deeble Google Mind. It can predict protein structures, and it can predict protein structures, I think, up to 200 million proteins. And it's completely revolutionized the way biochemistry works. So we can now predict how proteins interact. But also, from us as transplanters, we're interested in how we can perhaps regenerate and repair organs. So if we can use AI to perhaps predict how cells interact and cells work, we can perhaps build an organ before actually starting to build it in real time, as it were, trying to optimize that process using AI. So that's just one example. And I think the other example is probably in drug discovery. Yeah. I think AI has a big role in developing better drugs that bind to different aspects of tissues. It could be the vascular system or any system. And this can, of course, be better for eliminating off-targets approaches and better affinity binding, for example. And then you might have to take less of the medicine if it binds better. So I think things like that are really progressing. And of course, it saves thousands and thousands of PhD hours as well.
So, I mean, that is extremely important, isn't it? That one, it's the time, it's the need for the people to do the research. And do you think it's going to make it cost effective, just specifically with regards to basic science research and drug discovery?
Yeah, because it will save a lot of time for repetitive tasks. I mean, for example, to define a crystal, a protein structure can take up to several years in the old days using X-ray crystallography. I mean, I think alpha hemoglobin took 7 years almost. But with this new algorithm, we can do it in minutes. So definitely you can save a lot of time. But there are questions with validation, safety, and implementation, and how far we can actually go with using that technology. I think there are still some unanswered questions there.
Okay. And Khurram, you've done work on using the AI large language models on large data. How do you feel about using those things, partnering with right people to help you with doing those projects? I mean, could you talk us through your work, for example?
I think that's fundamental because we have the access to data. We know where the problems are. We know what kind of solution we want for the patients. But we don't know how to deliver them. And that's why we need people like you to come and work with us. So for the project that actually Pankaj and I did together, it was looking at the fistulas as well, and the way to come up with a predictive model which can tell us when the fistula is going to fail, because you know from experience that you create a beautiful fistula, but it is going to fail at some stage. But wouldn't it be nice to actually know?
No such thing as a beautiful fistula.
Well, the one that Rajesh was talking about, maybe that's a beautiful fistula without those sausages. Yeah, it was a lengthy and a painful process because the research we were collaborating, she was based on different university, and then she moved from Anglia Ruskin to Oxford and now to Sydney, and obviously it's just very difficult because they've got their own priorities and things. So if you've got people who are here who we can actually collaborate, that's great. I guess the other big problem that we faced is the NHS's ability to, or willingness to actually share data easily, and for right reasons, because obviously there are issues with confidentiality of the patient data being, so we all know what happened when Google came and rolled free, and there were data breaches and all those things. We don't want any of that happening. But I think it still is seen as a very large hurdle, trying to convince your ethics department that I'm going to share this data to a company in Canada. We wanted to do similar kind of work with polycystic kidneys. And the answer that I got was, you would want to kill yourself. It would take you about 4 years to actually go through the first couple of processes. So we do want to actually go beyond those things first.
Absolutely. So you could see that the real world example of how an AI large language model can help to predict a problem. And Rana, you did some work on meta-analysis on predictive models. Do you think what is published out there, AI-based tools, do you think they are as useful as what people think it is?
I would say unfortunately not. And I think the trouble with that is that the data out there is so heterogeneous. It's very difficult to put patients into boxes. As with other data sets, it may be easier. And there's so many multifactorial factors that influence the outcomes as well. So the simple answer to your question is no. What can we do? I mean, why do AI tools fail? They fail not because they're a bad tool, but just because they don't understand the problem perhaps, or solve the problem that that we would want to solve. So yeah, by and large, I think, do they exist? Not really. Can we help? Yes, absolutely. And it would be really fantastic to collaborate with people so that we can be the patient voice and they can sort of help us adapt them.
Yeah, exactly. So therefore, I think, the data, what we got in the previous work, I think certainly what we have is an opportunity now with the amount of advances in the AI technology, and also having this kind of collaborative work, that certainly adds value. And I think we developed this project with a team in US. This is a patch. You put them on your skin anywhere you want. It can do your vitals. It can do your heart rate, respiratory rate, saturation, which are all important. But it can do blood tests. There's no needles involved. It can do every 30 seconds. It can do hemoglobin, creatinine. I think Deborah's team, they wrote about this. What that means is really, I think the advances in the innovation is extremely key. And I think what is great to see, like what Rana said, which is that is what is needed to redo certain things. Unfortunately, things what was done before were with a different set of, different type of data what were collected, and also with the concept of digital twin and having those kind of models means we can actually simulate in a different way. So which means really the projects, what we did, it can be done better. Would you agree with it? Yeah, Karan? Yeah. So I think that's great. So we looked at the impact of research. And of course, we need to always think about, what stops us using it. We talked in the previous conversation, we touched upon briefly. So, Rana, what stops us implementing it tomorrow? We've got some of them in practice. What stops you?
I mean, outside the obvious things like cost, I suppose there's other things like automation bias and trusting the system. Are we at a stage where we are totally comfortable handing over all of the sort of years and experience that we have for a variety of reasons to a machine that is just still learning? Does it have the ability to access all of the data sets with all of the things that we need to come to a conclusion? And I think the honest answer to that at the moment is no. So from my perspective, as much as I would like an adjunct, I don't think I would like a replacement.
And Pankaj, from your point of view, you've talked about the LLMs which are published and got Nobel Prize. Why can't we do it tomorrow in your lab?
Again, I think it's similar to what Rana was saying. I think that it's cost, it's accessibility, but also I think it's education and learning. We have to, as clinicians, as Kuram was saying earlier, we are fundamentally clinicians. We help people like Deborah. We help address clinical problems. We're relying on the technology and the engineers out there to work with us at that interface to solve those problems. And I think for that will take time. It's not something which you can just do tomorrow. There has to be a cultural change, I think, in the mindset of the institutions and people to do that. And that always takes a bit of time. It's exciting, and it's, we need to learn about it. I think it is here to stay, but as Rana was saying, I think there'll be lots of obstacles and issues before we can fully integrate it into clinical practice and care.
And Deborah, I'm great you are here. You were able to participate in both the panels. Do you think these kind of event helps you in getting that message out to patients, for example?
Well, as an editor, it is up to me what goes in the magazine and what I say. However, I would hope that after 30 years doing this, learning about innovation, that that whatever is happening, it's for other people to judge whether it's going to be successful or not. So I'm interested, I'm here today, and I'm picked up so much information I could burst. I could write a dozen articles now. It's been fascinating. But I think what Rana said, it's about trust and people not wanting to let go immediately. I would be very nervous. I'm obviously older, about letting go immediately. I will always want you people to be around me. I can't imagine a day that will ever come where I wouldn't want that. But it is certainly something, in answer to your question, Rajesh, that other patients need to know about, because patient power is key. If patients are interested in it, it will happen. The NHS is a very slow-moving machine, I've found to my frustration, but change can happen, but it is not just the clinicians that will make the change happen. Patients will push it forward. They will ask, people have to give them answers, or us answers.
Absolutely, and I think that's so important, isn't it? And Kuram, do you think our jobs are at risk by including these things?
No, not at all. It's a very cheesy thing to say, but there are lots of famous quotes. The people who would be out of jobs with the people who haven't actually taken up these things, and not the people who are actually kept the pace with the technology. So I don't think our jobs would be at risk. I think our jobs will become, easier if we take up the technology in the right way. I would just go back to the point that Rana was making and Deborah was making as well, that we are, I don't know the pace of change, but I think we are at least maybe 10 years behind where we would be comfortable letting these technologies, the AIs and the machine learning algorithms to do most of mundane things that we do. I still worry about the dictation that I make, and I have to sort of check it as thoroughly as has been written by our secretary, because it does make a lot of mistakes. And you can see why those mistakes have been done. But I mean, if that letter goes to Deborah and I've said something completely wrong, I mean, you would be worried sick that there's something. So there are implications that the technology cannot comprehend, but we as clinicians still have to be the safeguards. And I think it won't be.
That is a good news, at least for me, for the next 10 years then. Right. So, we have audience here who sort of listen to what, clinicians and the patient has to say. I was thinking about how we can wrap this up, and one of the things I thought was, why don't we think about giving some tips to people in the audience who are innovators. It is quite rare for us to come together and share our thoughts so candidly, as Deborah sort of very openly shared about some of her thoughts. So let us look at one tip per person. What's your tip for the innovators who are in the audience here?
Speak to patients and speak to us and collaborate with us, to be honest. It's as simple as that. Lots of good ideas, lots of good tools, but we can make it happen together, I think.
Khurram?
Yeah, I would say the same thing. I would say look for the low-hanging fruits. Look for things, not the things which seem really nice and shiny and sexy from afar, but the things that you can actually, that they are in abundance. So the diseases or the problems that we face in hundreds of thousands or millions, rather than something really extraordinary which only happens, say, 10 or 15 times in a month, because you need, for these models, as you know, I don't need to tell you, you need tons of data sets, and you need tons of data set which is going to be usable, because it's like systematic reviews. So if you have 10 different bad studies, you're going to come up with a systematic review, so-called level 1 evidence, and the level 1 evidence would be bad. And same is the case with your AI and machine learning. Yeah. I mean, the famous example was this, the facial recognition software from, was it Amazon?
Amazon,
And it was it was very racist, because it was taught on the people from, there was a certain cohort of people. So I think we just have to be a bit careful with those things. So big data that you need and low-hanging fruits.
Deborah?
Yes, sort of following on from that same theme, I completely understand you've got to have as much data as possible to influence AI. My piece of advice is also very difficult to express. Be careful of people, so don't just think you'll speak to a room of patients and come up with a consensus. You absolutely won't. I think I would advise you to choose the patients you speak to as you develop the AI wisely. I've sat in rooms where we couldn't come to an agreement as a group of patients, and that's quite worrying. That's quite worrying as you develop AI. So I think you've got patient advocates, and I think you need to choose those, be selective, is what I would say.
Great. Pankaj?
Yeah, just echoing what Rana, Khurram and Deborah were saying, really, I mean, I think for me, I think the important thing is also the fundamental question that you're answering. Whether it's a clinical question or a biological question, is it important? And as Khurram was saying, low-yielding fruit, in some ways, those are the easier ones to answer. But will the question make a difference to patient care? That's the big key thing. And will it make a palpable difference? Is there an unmet need that we can address? I think that's the key thing, because you're going to invest a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of effort in trying to use these amazing algorithms to answer these questions. So I think it's worth just thinking about that carefully. Is the question important that you're going to address? And how feasible is it with the team that you have, the resources that you have, and the time that you have, actually?
That's true. As you're all saying, I always use this, the UK government uses a 3S approach, US government, EU uses the US. For me, it's 5S. I think we all said it, which means you got to seek the right thing, unmet need, seek for the investors at the same time. And I think study your problem, what you're trying to solve. You make sure that you study it properly with the patients, with the clinicians and everything. And think about how we are going to be sort of developing it with the patients, and then you think about scaling it. So therefore, really, you do these two, and hopefully you will have the investors by that point, so that you can scale it up, and also have a very clear plan of sustaining it. Because we worked with teams where we did research for them, and then by the time the research was done, the company couldn't sustain. So therefore, make sure that that can be done. So that's what I would say our overall tips are. And from the investor's point of view, I would say that get us on your board, we will advise you. But I think it's the same thing. You know, it's the same 4, 5S models where you have to be careful in what you invest. Because unfortunately, a lot of companies where the investors have invested in it and then realize that that is not what is necessary for that period of time. Once again, thank you very much. Shall we give up a round of applause for the audience for that? Yeah. And we are going to be here, so I think we are just close on time, so we're going to be in there. So please reach out to us if there's any questions. We'll be delighted to allow to it. Thank you, and thanks for the opportunity.
So ladies and gentlemen, the next keynote is a virtual keynote. It's by Professor Ryan Abbott from UCL and the University of Surrey. Professor Ryan Abbott is a British-American-born physician and IP trailblazer. He's going to discuss IP, copyright law. He is one of the world's foremost authorities on how artificial intelligence intersects with law, especially around intellectual property. He has written many books. He's the author of The Reasonable Robot and The Law by Cambridge University. He's the editor of the Research Handbook on Intellectual Property, and it is my privilege to introduce him to you today.
Hello, and it's a great honor to be here with you today. I'm very excited to be here speaking with you about artificial intelligence and intellectual property, and in particular, copyright law. And now is a particularly interesting time to work in the world of artificial intelligence and copyright law. There are a bunch of very exciting legal issues that have significant business implications that have come about due to advances in AI capabilities and increased industry adoption of AI. You know, one of the biggest issues right now is whether AI systems are allowed to train on copyright protected content without right holder permission. And many of the large language models or foundation models currently in use, like ChatGPT, or many of the generative AI systems that are popular, have trained generally on content from the internet, much of which is protected by copyright, and training generally occurred without a license. Right now, the leading case on this is being tried right now in London, Getty Images v. Stability AI, which involved the training of a generative AI system, Stable Diffusion, on images controlled by Getty Images. Now, whether that does constitute copyright infringement or whether that should constitute copyright infringement is an issue currently before courts and lawmakers around the world. In fact, there are around 4 lawsuits going on worldwide right now involving, among other claims, whether you can train AI systems on copyright protected content without a license. And these have huge financial implications to businesses using generative AI systems, to businesses developing generative AI systems, and to right holders around the world. You know, most recently, Disney, Universal, and other studios sued Midjourney for failing to institute guardrails to protect copyright infringement of training data and output. So, you know, the outcome of these cases and decisions made by lawmakers are going to have a huge impact on this space. I want to focus on something a little bit different, which is more on the output side. Namely, this is a good example of me asking Google Gemini to create a creative image and something that Google Gemini churned out. Now, AI has been making art for a very long time, in whole or in part, sometimes, you know, very complicated factual circumstances about who did what when and what machines versus people were doing. But we've now entered an era where you could have an AI functionally automate really the entirety of the creative process, or that you can collaborate closely with an AI to have it help you make music or movies or images. And for the first time, this content is starting to have real commercial value. So this raises very important issues around whether you can protect that output with copyright. The United Kingdom was actually the very first jurisdiction in the world to change copyright law explicitly to address this challenge. And in 1988, they created a special rule for computer implemented or computer generated works, which are works made without a traditional human author. The works get protection, but they get a shortened period of protection. And the producer, the person who undertakes to have the work created, is legally deemed or fictionalized to be the author. That was done because Parliament thought that in the 80s, the creative industries needed an answer to whether these works were protectable, and it turned out that was about 30 years ahead of its time. But here we are now needing answers. There's not yet really been a case on this in the UK, but again, it was only very recently that these works started to have significant commercial value, and this made them worth litigating over. Other jurisdictions have gone the opposite way. The US Copyright Office, for example, does not provide protection, will not register a copyright in a work made without a traditional human author. And they base that policy on the 1884 case of Burrough-Giles v. Cerrone involving this very famous photograph of Oscar Wilde. And it was a case in which the Supreme Court basically held that copyright law wasn't limited to protecting the writings of authors, as the Constitution states, the US Constitution, but instead could be interpreted more purposively than literally, and allowed for protection of any expression of an idea in the mind of an author. And so the Copyright Office's position is that machines don't have minds and therefore can't generate protected content. But that policy is at the center of at least two cases challenging the policy before US courts. I'm the lead lawyer on both of these cases. The first is called The Recent Entrance to Paradise. It's this image attached here. It was made by a generative AI system, and it was made such that there wasn't a traditional human author. Nevertheless, Stephen Thaler, who owned the machine that made this work, who I represented, argued that the work should receive protection because the US Copyright Act doesn't require an author to be a human being. In fact, in US law, you can have companies be authors, and there's no requirement to disclose a natural person at all. So really, there is no requirement in the statute that you have to have a traditional human author. That case has just lost at the DC Circuit and is pending a petition to the US Supreme Court to evaluate it. This other case involving this artwork called Space Opera was made by a human artist named Jason Allen. And unlike Stephen Thaler, who argued that really the AI did the traditionally creative part of making this work, Mr. Allen argued that he was just using Midjourney here as a tool. He created over 600 prompts to get this work. He had an image in his mind that he wanted the AI to help him create. He edited the work that came out and he upscaled it. Nevertheless, the Copyright Office denied him protection on the basis that he'd used generative AI. And considering how deeply involved he was in the making of the work, if he can't get copyright protection for this, it seems likely that a substantial swath of what creatives are now doing using AI in the creative industry is not going to get copyright protection. That protection is vitally important because it gives someone the ability to keep others from using or copying or selling their work without permission. So it is basically the foundation for how right holders and the creative industry monetize creative works. And this provides incentives for people to make more creative works, whether using AI or not, and to invest in disseminating those works as music and movie studios do. I hope this gives you a bit to think about today, and I look forward to continuing the conversation. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I'm not hard to find online. So please reach out if any of that struck you as interesting. Cheers.
Right, now we're going to move on to the next panel discussion. I'm going to welcome Nick to the stage, Nick Gupta. He's going to be introducing his panel, and they are going to be talking about the AI arms race, business tech, and united the growing human divide. So Nick, welcome to the stage. Welcome Nick to the stage, everyone.
Should I take this mic?
You can this mic here.
Thank you, everyone. I'd like to invite Brad, Gaurav, and Colin to join me on the panel, please. Gentlemen. Hi, Vlad. Please welcome Gaurav Gandhi on the stage, please. And then Colin. So we will be discussing the monopolization of AI, the arms race that's happening within the AI community. And this keynote that we just heard, fascinating keynote. And I know some of our panelists have deep expertise and opinions on this topic as well. So why don't we start with a little bit of introduction? Colin, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I'm the head of program of marketing science at UCL, School of Management.
I'm an entrepreneur building AI agents.
Hello, my name is Vlad Ladichev. So to explain my background, I'm focused on how to bring AI in our physical products, so products which surround us, and also how to produce them, how to manufacture them, how to design them. And now, of course, topic of AI, one of a central one for us and our clients.
Thank you. And I'm Nick Gupta. I'm the interim CTO at a biotech company called Valsera. We are in precision medication for cancer. We've built something fantastic with AI that I hope we'll be able to talk here. And I also run my company on the side. So, gentlemen, the topic is the AI arms race. So it feels like we are deep into this AI arms race where certain companies and countries undoubtedly have gained an edge, right? So we'll talk about three critical fault lines here. The growing monopolies, the war for talent, and what can the governments do to help. So I want to start with getting your thoughts on the obvious, the hyperscalers, the monopolies by companies who have compute and data. Is AI becoming centralized? Vlad, what do you think?
I think it depends on the level of the discussion. If you talk about the business cases, or you talk about national interests, or even maybe on geopolitics. And if we talk about the business values, then to be honest, I think that most of the value is now not in the models itself, so not in the building new models from scratch. The models becoming extremely quickly a commodity. So at the moment we have around about 1,000 new models each month on the market.
Wow.
And if you imagine this speed and velocity, then I would say this is not the game where I would suggest you to be, yeah? To compete with these giants, just burning the money at the moment to be 2 centimeters in front of the competitors for another week. So the real value is in using these new tools to solve real-world problems and integrate it in real-world processes. And this is not something where NVIDIA or Google or Amazon would go into. It's up to you, up to decision makers and startups to solve the problems. I would compare it to a construction boom, and you would not be worried about another, I would say, nail factory being super efficient. So you don't want to make nails or building materials in the construction boom. You would like to build houses, you would like to create property, you would like to create services around that. Right. And this is a free place for all enterprises and companies to be into and to generate a lot of value.
Okay, great. So basically you're saying that the value will not be in competing and creating more models, but a layer above, the application layer, the value we get from models. So on that, Gaurav, I'd like to go to you, because I think you had some fascinating insights around how, and so if I weave the topic about models and the monopoly, so certain companies certainly seem to have monopolies in models, but so do certain countries, right? And I believe you had a fascinating viewpoint about what we can expect in the arms race on models from companies and countries. So over to you, Gaurav.
Yeah, I think first of all, on one hand, I definitely agree with Vlad, that there are hundreds and thousands of models that are slowly coming out, and model is not the only thing where the moat will be. As most of the businesses, the practitioner knows what they need and how they need it, and that's where the scope for startups to exist. But there's a broader point here as well, what exactly does constitute AI? Today, somehow we believe LLMs to be synonymous to AI. AI goes way beyond LLMs.
Well said, well
that's
said.
That's where the startups can jump in, first of all. Proprietary algorithms can come up, that's one. And that AI need not be just data-driven, that's one part. The second, the one where it is data-driven, as we have very recently seen DeepSeek, QONG, and all coming up. So despite monopolistic behavior of large enterprises or big tech, there are companies who are also coming up with lighter ones. or open source ones. So there are possibilities of innovation for small startups, and that's another reason why you're saying, whereas AI is making it easy for people to pivot, build products quick and fast, validate their ideas, the real value lies in, how do you close the customer? How do you ensure that the customer is happy? Model or no model, that's one part. And the point on, few companies, few countries having control on AI, I say it's just a transitioning phase. As we have already seen, there was once only OpenAI was only talking about AI models, and then suddenly we saw plethora of companies coming up. Same may happen with countries as well.
So that's fascinating, and I love how you said that AI is beyond just foundational models. AI is more than Gen AI, and you beautifully weaved in the concept of data. So on that, I'd like to go to Colin. Colin, I think as professor with specialty in product marketing using data science and analytics, how would you see the role of data and AI and the monopolization that we've been talking about?
I think I might have a slightly, sorry, I'm a bit deaf, I'm not sure why. I think I might have a slightly different view. To me, AI now is a political tool, okay? Now, everybody now want to get hold of AI. I'm sure you guys know the Supreme President, the greatest ever, right? Okay, I actually now talk to my students, right? The 3 languages, because I'm a bit of shameful plug for my MSc, Marketing Science. So if anybody interested to receive apprenticeships, intern, come and speak to me. Okay, if anybody, your children want to study, come and speak to me. Now, I'll tell my students, by the time they graduate, I want them to learn 3 languages. First one, English. Second one, Chinese. Third one, Arabic. These 3 countries spend a lot of money in building their AI infrastructures. Now, as we know, AI started from the West, especially America, right? You have OpenAI, and then Chinese. What really took the world by storm was DeepSeek, right? And now I also know Indian has their own AI, which is Shavam AI, Nesha AI, and stuff like that. Now, in the past, we talk about AI is very biased, but with this different AI coming from different countries, I believe that could be diluted, okay? Now, to me, I think to answer your question based on all this, I think AI now become a powerful tools that are controlled by certain countries, right? So people in the smaller countries, for example, like Singapore, a very advanced country, Malaysia, Switzerland, if they don't get hold of this, I think they will always be thrown behind the curve. So to me, initially when everybody talked about AI, it was trying to democratize the study, whatever, right? But it seems now it moved into a political realm. In the past, people talk about money is king. Then people move to data is king. Now I believe artificial intelligence is king. If neither of you do not believe me, why would Chinese be banned on having the chips from Taiwan? That is one of the purest reasons. Because as we know, China was very advanced in AI techniques, but what they did not have was the hardware infrastructure. And there are some countries obviously are not happy with that. So they tried to stop that from happening. Yeah, that's why when DeepSeek was released, everybody was in a shock. So to me, I think unfortunately it kind of like moved into the monopoly realm in that sense, from my personal observation.
Vlad, you were recently in Japan, weren't you? I'd love for the audience to see and hear your experiences like from ground zero in Japan. So tell us what you were doing there and what did you see in terms of the adoption of AI, but also going back to the centralization and monopolization of AI. Is something like that happening there?
Yeah, I had a business trip, and had a good comparison between Germany, China, and Japan, and basically one trip. And to be honest, the strongest impression on my side was actually China. Since in the first week, my small daughter, 6 years old, could already had a boxing fight with unitary robots on a shopping mall.
Wait, she had a fight with a robot?
Yes.
In a shopping mall?
Yes.
6 years old?
Yes.
Wow, okay.
I think it's a very unique Chinese experience, and I think it's a very good example also showcasing your point that it's not only about GenAI or models itself, it's about the penetration of this technology into the real life. So how far this technology is far away from real world scenarios, processes, and organizations. And I think this is a main competition advantage for the future. So the race will be not only who has the best model, but which country will manage to give a platform for companies, for institutions, for students to be skilled in this technology, and also giving a flexible platform for different types of AI and being implemented in their operations. And I think this is one of the areas where China at the moment is really impressive.
Awesome, good to hear that. So I'm going to share a stats with the audience, and then Gaurav, I'll come to you, because you are talking to a lot of companies these days, running your own business. My good friends who run a company called Numi, Mark Long and Ricky Putnam, recently surveyed 500 plus global industry leaders on the adoption of AI. And the report that they shared with me basically said that 78% of the people and the companies they surveyed, 78% of the adoption of the AI technology there is OpenAI. So in some shape or form, either ChatGPT or the OpenAI APIs. So Gaurav, when you speak to the companies, do you see something like that? So we are moving from the monopolization from governments and states to companies. Do you see that trend, or are companies more open about, do they even know beyond OpenAI and ChatGPT, or is that the thing you come across the most?
So the beauty of hype is this, like we do get customers sometimes, they just want to do AI.
Do AI,
right?
Can
we come up with, we can do something AI in our company? So that's one, but definitely there are ones, who also come with a couple of their interesting ideas, how they can implement. But I think with the customers that I've been engaging with in past 1.5, 2 years, what I've noticed is we are still at that education and learning curve. Most of the people are very curious about it. They're still tinkering and trying to figure out, where does it fit in? And somehow, for the good or the bad of it, AI has become synonymous to OpenAI broadly. And many don't even know OpenAI. There's a ChatGPT. ChatGPT is synonymous to, so that could have been one of the reasons, when something becomes so synonymous, of course, OpenAI adoption will be higher and better. But the other stat is also, when the ones who are also implementing, whether that adoption is going further or not, or how long they're going to keep up with AI, I think that's where, it's a wait and watch scenario at the moment. People are still waiting and watching to see how. We also have got, with this hype, I also noticed one very interesting thing was that in last 1.5 years, there have been so many interesting things that are coming in AI. It's not just the text to video, text to speech, and so many things are happening. Many of the companies have also chosen a wait and watch policy. So hey, if I put in the money, what if 6 months later there's a new model coming up? It will become very difficult for me to justify to my C-suite, why we put in that money at that various stage. Did we not do our research well or not? So there are wait and watch policies also. Having said that, one consensus is there: if they don't do something in AI, they will get disrupted.
Yeah, I certainly see that. So last year I was the CPTO at a company called Printful. Product and technology officer. It grew to be about $1 billion company. And when I walked into the company, I saw this initiative run in parallel with actually one of our biggest customers. So back then in 2024, LLMs were not really good at putting text in images. So if you set a prompt that, hey, give me an image that shows this text, they would most likely fail. And Printful is a print-on-demand company. So customers upload their design files. They say, put this on a T-shirt or a hoodie or a jeans, and we would do that. So there's this massive research initiative going on where we were trying to create an LLM or fine-tune an LLM that could then put text in images, right? And in about 1 month of my starting, I basically stopped that initiative because, to your point, I mean, it was quite visible that in 6 to 8 months, this will get commoditized. And it happened with Stable Diffusion coming up, and these days there are specific models that do an excellent job of putting text and images. Now, we had some success. One of the t-shirts that we printed has a slogan, I am a feature, not a bug, with a picture of a bug. That's one of my developers did, but I completely hear you on that point. But Colin, going to you, from a perspective of universities and students and teaching, how do you see students taking this from a perspective of skill gap? Are they worried about finding jobs? Are they doing something specially to train themselves so they are more relevant to a modern enterprise who's either adopting AI or is confused about AI? What do you see there? And what role can a university and professors play in making sure that the talent is ready?
I think before I answer that question, I like to say is with what we all know now, I believe every of us would have hoped that during our time as a student, we would have Gen AI, right? I think that would really shorten our study time and stuff like that, because a lot of us, and actually all of us, been through the traditional teaching and learning methods compared to current generation. Now, I believe all of you seen the article by MIT about more students using AI or people using AI, which is true, because how many of us now, 12 multiplied by 12, 12 multiplied by 13, how many of us actually think, or we take out our phone and check the answer, right? I think it's the same thing. That is human nature, right? Because Gen AI is so easily accessible in that sense, a lot of students will tend to use that. Now, the challenge that we are concerning as a lecturer is, are they ever going to think critically again? Because everything becomes so easy. Programming skill, right? My friend and I were just creating a program for a university for external examiner, right? To keep the record. Now, he told me that all these things now, we can just done it in a matter of a few days rather than 2 months or 3 months, which is true because we did that, right? So even for lecturers, I'm sure you guys come across a lot of news, even paper publishing, some lecturers will cheat to using AI and stuff like that, right? So I think it depends how you see it. So what we always encourage students is, because nobody, I think everybody would be silly to try to think that students will stop using it, even we try to ban it, right? And then a lot of companies want students to have that skill. So what we encourage students is doing is use AI, but add your human element on it, right? That's what I think, if you see my profile, I actually created this cognitive AI framework, which was based on Bloom taxonomy. If you guys know Bloom taxonomy, which I'm not going to that, is basically what people call a human AI collaboration. But I created this when I was thinking in November 2022, when AI came up, I was sitting right in front of Bloom. I said, we're not going to use this anymore. So what happens if there's a layer of AI coming in? Would humans still be able to use that critical thinking skill? That is the most important thing. So in my framework, it's explore, engage, examine, reflect, and create, and formulate, right? Go through this framework. So there's an element of criticality. However, there's still an element. Would human, even including all of us, would like to think critically? Because certain things, for example, right? Sometimes students ask me something, guilty as charged. This is not important. Do you know what? ChatGPT, give me the answer. You see what I'm saying?
ChatGPT, give me the answer.
Yeah,
that's fascinating.
For email and stuff like that, right? But sometimes certain things are important. Obviously, we will critically think about it, right? I'm sure all of us will not just submit something important based on ChatGPT and then, no. We will see whether it's a hallucination, right or wrong, and stuff like that. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, that is what I think the perspective of university in general. There are two divides. People are worried, some people are welcoming it.
So I'm going to change. Do you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to add, as Walter said, and he said it in like a different context, but that applies here is, no power on the earth can stop an idea whose time has arrived. So we cannot go back banning a technology which is now in the hands of almost everyone, right? So we cannot go back. However, despite the fear and all, there are like a lot of positives that are coming up with particular. In my personal case, when I used to use pre-ChatGPT, I'll say, or pre the new AI revolution that we are seeing with lovables and all these new tools coming up, pre this, the sales cycle was very long. You go to a customer, you engage the stakeholders, pick up their ideas, go back, make a presentation, run with your internal team, go back, this is what you're looking for. There have been like a lot of to and fro going on. Today we meet a customer, half an hour later someone in the team will just create a mock-up of the final product that should look like. Even though it's not functional, a mock-up is ready. And we can have another call within a week. So a whole process of 6 months got shrunk to a few weeks. So that's one use case where you can use. And I was also, I was at a university last year and I asked students, just random, I run a community of developers and students, so I just did a survey and I asked them, how many of you use ChatGPT? almost everyone used ChatGPT. I said, are your professors aware that you use ChatGPT? They said, yeah, the professors are also aware. And rather, they use that for assessment as well. I said, then how do they assess you if the answer is from ChatGPT? They said, the professors have become smarter. Now they give us tasks where we actually have to work and think. And ChatGPT is taken for granted that it is given that it will be used. So I think those are the positive side that people can have been. But having said that, there is a massive, there's a big group of people who are still afraid and scared of how will it impact the society.
So I want to take a different direction now. I think it's been a fascinating conversation so far. But looking at the macro landscape of AI and regulations, right? How can governments help? So what is one thing or a couple of super important things UK government can do to make sure that AI is net beneficial to the society, businesses and general population alike? Lad, given your profile and your experience working with such diverse companies, I'd love to get some thoughts from you on how do you think the regulation and the policy posture of the government should change to really, really make sure that AI benefits UK economy, but in a safe and a regulated way. Vlad.
Yeah. So today we had several very good presenters and discussions around this topic, and I would compare it to a sport game. So you can play ball with few people, it's not a problem, but if you would like to have a tournament in a soccer, you have to have rules. Yeah? So it doesn't work if you chaotically bring people on the field, give them the ball, and say, let's organize the tournament. So for larger companies, for higher complexity, we need these regulations. The question is like, is there regulations there to regulate or maybe also limit the creativity, or the regulations are there to give certainty? And I think this topic of certainty is something all companies need at the moment. Yeah, it's the same with students who are like question themselves what I actually should study now, because maybe in 2 years, yeah, I can do already my profession accurately, planning to study for the next 5 years. The same with startups, looking at a dynamic field, thinking of maybe my product I'm currently developing will be not necessary in a few months because OpenAI will enroll new function which can do it better. The same for large organizations. Yeah, they now have to plan their investments over the next 5, 10 years probably, and this regulation is just one of the pillars which give these companies certainty, not only what they cannot do, but also what they can do. And this is super important for large organization. The point is here, and I think this is a major one, that especially comparing to other technology, this is super important that all leaders in this technology, the startups, the decision makers are actively participating in the politics. Yeah? So this is not an academic topic, AI, anymore. Like everyone is involved. And as already also heard today from Janet, like it will be still in a way that the politicians are always few steps behind the actual development. And that is so important that anyone who is, I would say, engaged about this topic, who is enthusiastic, try to participate. And from, I would say, my experience, speaking about the DACH region in Germany, our experience that the politicians are super open to understand where to set their focus. They are not about like killing their startups or creativity. They're about creating their guide rails for the growth. And I can only encourage each of you try to be part of this development, because I think the future is the moment developing so quickly and all of them can co-create it.
So Gaurav, as an SME business, right, what kind of policies or regulation would you like to see coming from the UK government that would really help you, differentiate your business, but also really help propel the UK economy? I mean, we all know how fantastic we are doing, right? How do you think government can help you and then with extension help the economy?
So, well, I'm not an expert in policies and all, but as an SME, number one thing, I think Prime Minister recently announced Sovereign AI initiative, which we have to look and wait and watch what shape and form it takes, and that's something. But I'll share one very interesting anecdote from something of that sort. If it happens, that is something that can be beneficial to SMEs, but society at large as well. So I'm an electronic engineer. That's how I graduated. I designed my first circuit chip. But if you go back in history, Professor Carver he came up with this idea that, hey, designing chip is very expensive. It was a monopoly of large companies at that time. So he came up with this idea that, can we not like carpool different type of chip from different universities, put it to a single fabrication lab, which is again supported, sponsored by DARPA, and then, those chips can be, the students can actually design chips rather than just, like studying theory about what electronic circuits can be. And that project took off really well, which led to a lot of universities creating new curriculum around circuit designing, chip designing, hence leading to a massive revolution in electronics broadly. A similar, if you see parallels with AI, there are very similar parallels to, large enterprises having models, people want to get educated, can government jump in where government can provide some sort of compute, government can provide some sort of education definitely, government can provide some sort of, where individuals, SMEs, can leverage and do their R&D or research on top. Of course, commercial angle comes up later. So those are the things, as an SME, I'll see, that those things if government can come up with. Of course, there will be angle of regulations coming up as well, but I'll leave that to expert policymaker, what that should be.
I think that's a fascinating idea. And Colin, as a professor in a university, if government were to provide grants for university to set up their data centers or credits to use electricity and all so that you can run these heavy large language models and really democratize their use in university, do you suppose these kind of policies might help you and your students, or is this not going to be of relevance?
Of course, I think everybody welcome policies, regulation and stuff like that now. My colleague, Dr. Atina here, is very into privacy, ethics, and policy and stuff like that now, right? I'm sure all of us want AI to be doing good, okay? But let's be honest, right? Is hacker going to listen to us? Is all these people that working in the background is going to listen to us? So, unfortunately, one thing that Trump said is correct. All these rules only for people that who follows it. People don't follow it will always win out, right? Now, let's not talk about AI for now. I'm sure all of us know about dark web. Dark web is still here. Now we have EU AI law, we have everything, right? There is still dark web around. It's just that not everybody know about it, not the public know about it, but the handful of people, if want to do bad, they can do it, right? So to me, yes, policy is good. It would have been more effective the moment ChatGPT was released. But everybody was so shocked and in awe, did not know what happening. So for me now, the genie is already out of the bottle. It's a bit too late already. It's just like a university try to set the regulation, please don't do this, please don't do that. They already test the goodness. Do you really think that students will release that goodness? Do you think the people that in this whole universe will release the goodness? Another panel was talking about yesterday, Elon Musk talked about he wants to rewrite the corpus of human history. Wow, if that happened, what's going to happen? Now, how many people actually stand up and object to him? I don't think there's any, not even our greatest president, right? So, seriously, policy will help, regulation will help. If you talk to me on the official level, I said yes, but if you talk to me honestly, I said, yeah, the person must be in dreaming. But I have to make the disclaimer though, I still support policy, I still support ethical, I still support all the regulation. But the reality is, will it work?
Just adding one point, because it's very on point also regarding Elon Musk, for example, the topic of autonomous driving. Yeah, so in Germany, like companies were talking and policies about autonomous driving for years. And there was like, I don't know, probably 10 years before the first Tesla car had simple assistant. There were academical discussion about, okay, what actually autonomous cars should do, how they should behave, what rules do we need, and all experts say that it's not possible. The topic is so complex that we will never manage to develop a policy in Germany for our cars to have even like a second or third level autonomy, not speaking about the fifth. And then just like overnight, Elon said, by the way, all Teslas we say to Germany are already enabled for an AI assistant, and tomorrow we'll activate the level 2 or 3, and like a year later, maybe it will be up to 4. And then I think there were many nights where the policymakers were not sleeping, because now, de facto, they had to create some kind of a base rules and policies to define what Elon allows and what not. But I think if this would not happen, we will stick for years and decades in this theoretical discussion of what policies should do. And this first introduction of this kind of iPhone moment for autonomous cars was the Tesla. For AI, it's ChatGPT. But now when the regulations are faced with reality and they have to adapt, I think this brings the needed practical approach to these regulations.
Gentlemen, I think we're very close to the time. Fascinating insights. Thank you. It's such a passionate panel. I love being here. I just want to see if there's any question from audience. If not, then we'll just call it close. Oh, we seem to have a question there.
Okay. Hello. So it's nice talking about the AI that is going to help humans around the world and the developments in this sector. But we know already AI is also used in wars. So even example, Microsoft being involved in war in Gaza and people being killed there. So do you have, is there a plan that there will be some ethics developed around the AI industry? At least we know in future there will be no of course we cannot control everything, but at least we know a human lives being affected in a bad way or being misused. So is there any plan that there will be some policies and regulation in this matter?
So I think if I heard it right, the question is about ethics in AI and regulating AI so that it's not used for nefarious purposes, let's say. I'd probably say that this question is relevant for all technologies, not just AI, because all technologies can be used for good or bad. So any thoughts, opinions, gentlemen?
I would probably start saying that you had a perfect point explaining why we need the topic of responsible AI and exactly what we told before, why we need regulations. Because exactly as you mentioned, AI helps us to do everything more efficient, not only the good things, but also the bad things, unfortunately. And why that is so important, not to give this technology only, I would say, in the hands of techies who are just looking at what is possible without thinking about the consequences. And indeed, the technology is developing extremely quickly. Also in the topic of defense, we're speaking now about software-defined defense in this area, which gives a lot of possibilities, what were not possible before. If we look at the war between Russia and Ukraine at the moment, we also see how fast the development is and how both parties are using also now AI, for example, to move much faster as we thought would be possible before. So the point for my part, thank you for this point, because it's in our example, which is super important, highlighting the importance of responsible AI and how dangerous the technology can become if we're not handling it responsibly.
I think we are over our time, so we should stop.
Just let me add that, right? To me, what I can see responsible AI can only come out if somebody creates something that counter the AI. Now, my students at UCL created a project with me. It's amazing, right? Because we know that AI now becomes so agreeable. So he actually created another AI system that on purpose challenged everything the AI was saying. So what he does is he put the question mark, he put the query back into human mind. Now, if you stand afar and look at it, you feel this is so silly and so ironic, right? That basically asking human for a different opinion. It's just like If a doctor says that I have to go to hospital, sometimes I don't believe that. I go to another hospital, right? Now seems that we have to give that control to AI and to tell us, hey, that answer is not necessarily correct. So the only way now I believe responsible AI can be achieved is like the movie Terminator. You need to have an anti-Terminator. Because seriously, I believe one day, if AI, start to be able to take control of human being, there should be another Arnold Schwarzenegger, another anti-Terminator to fight that AI. So that, to me, that is the only way to go.
So the future fight will be between OpenAI and Anthropic as two Terminators. And
Yeah, I think that's a separate panel topic in itself. You know, the anti-AI and AI. On this note, I think we should stop. But great discussion, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it leads on to the panel that I'll be moderating this afternoon, which is all about humans. And I'd like to welcome to the stage my two guests. So Gracie and Jasmine, would you like to come to the stage? Should be on, I think. Just test the mics, make sure they're on. Are they on? Testing.
Hello.
Hello. So today, my name is Louise Clark, and you've seen me running around for the last couple of days. But what I'm actually here to talk about today is the human side of AI. Now, we've heard a lot about tech companies. We've heard a lot about how to consider humans, to be more ethical. But actually, what I want to really talk about now is humans, human behavior, the role of AI, emotional intelligence and AI, and also looking at reskilling and the skill gaps. So I'm the founder of Digital and Human Intelligence. It's a 7-pillar framework that is designed to manage people who manage machines. It looks at the principles that we need to move forward. This is about managing humans, managing ESG, managing neurodivergent conditions in an AI world. And I will talk to you more about that at any time, but I must introduce you to my guests. So first, I'm going to introduce you to Jasmine Boston. Now, she is, they're both actually incredibly talented and powerful women. You are a senior product manager, specializing in building generative AI products for financial services and marketing industries. Hello, Jasmine.
Hello, thank you.
And Gracie Page Vazati, I got it right. She is the Managing Director of PROF of Brand. Now, she helps founders in science and deep tech find their why and communicate to the wider world.
Hi, and thank you for having me.
A pleasure. So please, Jasmine, tell us more about you and the work that you do.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I might have spoken to a few of you yesterday, but for anyone who wasn't there, what I do is thinking about, we've got technology, it's being built, but I see those as kind of capabilities, and we need to productize those. So we need to put them in the hands of people in the right ways, and I think it's never been more important to think about intentionality and what we're building, and whether we're building the right thing, and whether we should build these things. So that's really my focus area, is building tools that are in the hands of people, end users, customers, internal teams, whatever it might be, and make sure that they are tools that are allowing us to get the full, capabilities unlocked, but in the right way, and to do the right things.
Amazing, thank you. And to you, Gracie.
Brilliant, that's a hard act to follow, but I'll give it a go. So I like to joke that after 10 years in the creative industries at some of the biggest agencies in the world, I've chosen a terrible time to start an agency. But actually, one of our key differentiators at PROF of Brand is the embedding of an AI orchestration layer, and that's really what I consider the backbone of the work that we do. It's a platform that's been developed by an incredible company called Deep Flow, and that's exactly what they do, is they orchestrate workflows. So we're implementing that at PROF of Brand to help deep tech, science and technology founders go from 0 to 1, not from a product perspective, but from a brand perspective. So I like to think of AI not actually only as a tool, which of course it is, and it's a tool for everyone, but actually as a colleague. Our orchestrator is called Marvin, and to me, he's perfectly real. So.
And that actually perfectly leads on to what the topics of discussion today are going to be about. Now, just to set the tone, I'm going to bring you back to 2020. Okay, we all know that was when the pandemic started. But actually, if we look at that, that was the mass reprogramming of human behavior that we've ever had, and probably ever likely to have. We saw tech be adopted overnight. We were suddenly, wherever we were in the world, we were isolated from family, from friends. Some people didn't have ways of communicating, so they had to adopt technology, whether it was a smartphone, whether it was a Zoom application. I mean, just alone, Zoom went from 10 million users a day back in the early part of 2020 to 300 million users a day within 4 months. Now that shows the adoption that we had to do. We had to take on board. 128 countries had that given to them to help with children support their education. So if we look at that, we were isolated and we were lonely from a human point of view, and we're adopting technology. Now that has only accelerated, and in those times, in that 4-year gap until we are now, we have seen the rise of technology. We've seen facial recognition cameras be installed everywhere. We've seen deepfake technology, the AI race. We've seen jobs go. And it's given, I believe, when I speak to a lot of people, and I do speak to them about how they feel, it's given them they're in a position of distrust now. Would you agree?
Yeah, definitely. I think more so than ever, we have to think about what trust means and how to build it, because I think people don't understand these technologies. And I think that comes from the top, because they're saying that they don't really understand the technologies that they're building. I don't think any of us, well, I don't trust the people building them to have all of our best interests at heart, or to have thought about the values that we want to, as a people, be about. So I think there's a massive issue with trust at the moment, and probably one of the biggest things for us to solve.
Yeah. And Gracie, would you?
I would wholeheartedly agree, but I would actually add as well onto Jasmine's very valid points around diversity of leadership in this space, that we have fundamentally a media problem. So if we think about it in terms of a Gartner hype cycle, we are in the trough of disillusionment right now, and it's not possible to open a website or a newspaper today without seeing some sort of negative spin on the impact of AI. So I think we're well overdue a reframe.
And that's actually a really valid point, because years ago, we would all get the same newspaper, so we would all be reading the same news. That's what we would get. But now with algorithms, they're all personalized. So your newsfeed would look completely different to mine. So we're all in different realities. And I think when we look, my personal thought is, when we look at you senior leaders in the room and policymakers, when you're making decisions about the workforce, it's not just about productivity, or it's about understanding where people currently are. Because 2025, I think, I would say, I'm calling it, and I'm coining it here, you heard it first, it's the fear era. We're all fearful of something, whether it's robots taking our job, AI taking over, whether it's the cost of living crisis, whether it's, issues with politics, war, loads of things that are going on with us as humans without bringing in the worries and the concerns of business and technology. So what we're going to discuss today is the role of emotional intelligence in augmented workplaces, how AI can be designed to support mental health and reduce burnout, why reskilling is not just about tools, it's about unlocking human potential, and how we can build inclusive systems that prioritize accessibility and dignity for all. And this is going to be slightly different. It's going to be more of a fireside chat. It's going to be a human-led conversation. I mean that in the nicest possible way. We've had a lot about tech, because I think this is more about feelings and really bringing that into the future, because it's the future. It's not the future, it's the now.
It's the now, exactly.
So the first question, I think, let's begin at the heart of it all, emotional intelligence. So I'm going to ask you both, in your experience, how is emotional intelligence being valued or overlooked in the way in which we're integrating AI into the workplace?
Very much so is the answer to that, and that's fundamentally because people, organizations, and dare I say, societies are hyper-obsessed with the question, you said it before, of productivity. And as long as we're focusing only on what can this technology help me to do in terms of a resource saving, we're not going to be able to embed the emotional intelligence that we need into not only the systems, as Jasmine pointed out earlier, in their design, but also in how we implement it in our day-to-day work. So there's almost a need to actually redefine value fundamentally. Over to you.
Yeah, I would add to that kind of in two ways. So I know we don't want to talk too much about tech today, but it's kind of hard to avoid it. Is that Emotional intelligence, I don't think at the moment is being prioritized enough. I think even just, chatbots, what we're probably all used to interacting with the most with any kind of AI tool, is are we thinking about how, different people want to receive information? If we think about neurodiversity, we think about, what kind of state someone might be when they're interacting with these tools. Not everyone wants 5 different recommendations. Sometimes people just want one. And are we designing with, with the edge cases of society in mind, or are we designing with just the norm? And I think a system is only as powerful as, the edge cases that it can handle. And just the other side, kind of relating to what you were saying, I think that there is a massive opportunity to rethink about kind of trust in how we are building tools, using tools in the workplace, but also just more broadly, because if we think about what trust is, it's same everywhere. It's transparency, it's consent, it's friction and getting past it. And I think we need to understand as people, why do my employers want me to use this tool? Are they designing with me in mind, or are they trying to replace me? Am I building my own demise? And these are, linking back to what you were saying, we are all fearful in some way about that. And so I think there's an opportunity to use a lot more empathy and a lot more emotional intelligence in just the way we're talking and doing this at the moment.
Can I jump in and add something to that as well, just because you've inspired me now? I actually think there's also an opportunity here to flip the script, and provided the design of these systems is empathetic in nature, people will actually get used to and normalize emotional intelligence being part of the loop of day-to-day working life. And that's actually going to set the bar for what is expected from their human colleagues and managers. And so actually we might end up having a machine-human evolutionary cycle where you find the human colleagues need to innovate on their own, perhaps lack or dearth of emotional intelligence, because their workforces demand it of them. That's a best-case scenario, obviously, but I'm ever the optimist, in case you hadn't noticed.
Well, I'm going to, and you've both inspired me now, but I'm going to maybe throw this out there, but, we're thinking of humans and we're thinking of work. And people do have a work life and a professional life. It's about balance. So how do you think about people in their personal life that don't like this adoption of technology, that are really fearful, that they've seen these facial recognition cameras, they may be conspiracy theories, but suddenly they're in a role that has massively changed due to technology, that they are being sort of forced upon them. What's your thoughts on that? Do you think that's a valid point, or?
Yeah, I think that there's so much fogginess at the moment and unclarity. It's really hard for people to kind of know which way's up. I think I do see that there's already kind of a renaissance of the human-led anything, and I think that will grow. I think that there are a lot of people that don't like AI. They don't want it to happen. They don't use ChatGPT. They don't use any of these things. They don't want any part of it. People who love it, like myself, I literally use ChatGPT as my therapist. Not sure it's always the right thing.
Many do.
But, it's accessible and it helps me. And it helps me, if I'm writing a really angry message, to ask it to soften it. And it really helps me with my empathy and my emotional intelligence in day-to-day life. But there's the flip side of that, and not everyone wants it. And that is going to be a really tricky, I don't know how that's going to play out, but it's going to, because I think we can't avoid it. I think that there's no coming back, there's no putting it back in the box. And unfortunately, we haven't thought everything through before it got released, right? It's out of the box, and we kind of are building the plane as we're flying it, so to speak.
Absolutely, yeah. So then my next question is, what does a human-centered approach to AI really look like in action?
How long have you got? My goodness. I think we need to think about what it is that it's doing for us, first and foremost. And just to kind of jump back and build on the point that you just made, this is, we're thinking about it very much at the moment in terms of it being consumed consciously. And we think about, I go to chatgpt.com, right, and I engage with that piece of technology, but actually, realistically, you're not even going to know that you're using these models. And it's very akin to the way that we now all use the internet seamlessly, at least in the developed world, and we don't necessarily think of it as a conscious choice. So just to kind of just cap on that. But in terms of making sure that it's kind of human-led, you know, I think Jasmine mentioned earlier, it's going to be really important to look closely at the systems design. And one of the things that I'm massively infused by in the recent OpenAI Johnny Ive partnership is that Johnny has helmed, you know, technology design with care over the past 30 years. You know, we know that Sam as well, Sam Altman, obviously head of OpenAI, is very careful individual and who's really kind of, you know, invested in making sure that these systems are as inclusive as they can be. So I think it's really important that as a public we are engaged and we scrutinize leadership. I think the worst thing that we can do now is go, oh, I don't want to deal with that, and disengage. I'm always for a policy of engagement. I think that's how we move the needle on things. So I rally cry for everyone. Watch closely what is happening, care, get involved, talk about it down the pub if you're in the UK, you know, and that will help at least societally to put some guardrails on systems design.
If I could just add one thing to that, it's something I've really been like harping on about a lot. I think that change has to come from the top and the bottom, and we kind of need to meet somewhere in the middle. And I see kind of conversations like these as the kind of grassroots approach, and I think that's why it's so important for people to be in rooms and talking about these things, because we don't just want to rely on the fact that other people are planning things in the right way. I think mentioned it yesterday, but we have an opportunity to build for the world that we think we should have, not the world as it is, and that only happens if everyone is engaged. Like, this can't happen to us, this needs to happen by us, with us, for us. And I think that's the only way to kind of, what Deborah was saying earlier as well, linking back to her, you know, that's the only way to keep humanity at the center of our like future.
Mm-hmm. So actually that goes on now to reskilling or the skills that are needed. And I feel that this is a really hot topic for many reasons. So I have a 17-year-old who's, she's my youngest, and she's now looking for work. And this has become really problematic because those early entry roles that she would have gone for, you know, whether it was while she's at college, whether it was a shop assistant or a junior admin, or they're all being replaced by AI, automation. So there is no real jobs for them. And when I speak with the young people, that seems to be across the board. However, they're sitting on a wealth of skills. A lot of those are digital natives that were born with a smartphone or an iPad almost attached to them straight away. But they're finding it really hard to get into employment. So when we look at reskilling, how do you think we move forward past those kind of surface level digital skills to really sort of build that up? The people in the workplace currently, so the elderly in the workplace, I say elderly, those people my age that have not, may not have had tech, or I'm way before the internet, but you know, those people that digital skills is something that they're still a bit apprehensive about. How do we build that up in the workplace? Got some thoughts on that?
One thing I would just kind of preface this conversation with is that I do think that there are roles that can be, well, they've been automated for a while. It's been happening before this revolution as well. It's just actually getting businesses to adopt these things slows it down, which is kind of in the entry-level jobs interest. But one thing I would say is that although there are, you know, so I'm a product manager, the product owner role, for example, a lot of that can be done using custom pipelines or ChatGPT even, if you're prompting well enough. But that doesn't mean it should be. But there are jobs that are going to be created. Like, we had a really nice conversation yesterday about AI art, right? And creative, and different people are joining that environment, that industry. There's more to do. So I do think that this has always happened, you know, in all the different kind of revolutions that we've had, agricultural, industrial, internet, like that, everything changes and we do adapt. And I think that there is more that can come from this. I think we'll find a balance at some point. I'd like to see it optimistically. So I'm not really sure that answers how we would reskill, but I think as soon as people start seeing it in, okay, what are the opportunities that this has created then that might be the role that can be played by the digital natives that have such an advantage over people that have never used the technology.
Absolutely. And just to go a little bit far out, I want to zoom out timeline-wise, because this is a conversation that we're really hyper-focused on right now. Yeah. But if we zoom out and we look over the next decade, right? In 10 years' time, what does that horizon look like? If we talk to, many amazing research institutes have spoken with Gen Z and Gen Alpha about what their ideal day or week looks like, not many of them say, I'd like to be a junior associate analyst at PwC and work a 100-hour week, right? I think we can all agree.
Shocking.
Many of us have been there, right? Like, we get it. Those 80-hour weeks, they're grueling. And actually, there's a desire for a fundamentally different approach to work and life, and that work-life balance that you referenced earlier. Now, AI is a set of technologies that can help us, for the first time, dissociate human labor with economic output. For a marginal increase in cost, you can deploy 100 agents to create a linear, if not exponential, economic uptick. And so all of a sudden, for the first time, revenue per person is going up. And that revenue can be used, and this is going to be the key, obviously, redeployed to the benefit of humans, whether that's creative ascension, spiritual freedom, time to work on things that are not, nose to the grindstone, those more junior roles. Whatever that might look like, it needs to obviously be very empathy-led, rooted in the things that only humans can do, and that's going to be the skills that are going to come through and be very much at the fore. The ability to morally argue, right? GPT can only go around in a loop based on everything that it's got access to, but for people to have original thought, that's where we can add something different. And so, yes, right now it feels like, oh my God, the junior roles are going, but we need to actually question whether those are the roles that our young people coming through actually want, I think.
See, I have a theory as well myself. I think when we look at the workforce, I consult a lot in construction, and that's an aging workforce. I consult across industry, but this one I'll pick out. And we have a lot of people, it's an aging workforce, and over 60% of them are about to leave at some point in the next sort of decade. Now, they have not got digital skills, but we've got a lot of digital young people that are digital natives, the young people that are leaving. And I think there may be, and I suppose I urge a lot of people in the room to consider this when you're looking at employment and you're looking at your wealth of knowledge that you've got in your mind and want to pass down, is maybe look at bringing in those young people and do a knowledge share. Because I feel there's a lot of young people that have got great skills. They've grown up building roadblocks and Minecraft and their gamification. They're so clever. They understand dashboard. They understand it all. But then you've got this sort of aging workforce that are scared of it. But they have the wealth of knowledge and experience, which is going to accelerate businesses and productivity, etc. So I feel that there's there's consideration to be lent to doing mentorships for people who are those aging people that are sort of nearing the end, or if they're at C-suite level. Great to be able to bring them on board, train them up. But that would be my thoughts on that.
And you know what, actually, just to build on that, Louise, you've really got me going now. If we look outside of the White West, there are many cultures on this beautiful planet that still very much focus on the role of the wise elder in their communities. And I think, it's time that the elderly or the aging or the 60 plus or whatever you want to call it are actually not as erased from society as they are currently. I've worked with many amazing people over the past 2 decades who have gotten over that 50 or 60 year mark, and all of a sudden they find that they're not relevant anymore in the quote-unquote, modern workplace, and that's fundamentally ridiculous. They are the people, to your point, with the biggest well of knowledge. There's not a situation they haven't found themselves in. We need a rethink about how we're extracting and sharing the value from that part of society.
That's a really valid point now. So I actually did some research into imposter syndrome at C-suite level with the acceleration and adoption of technology. And actually we found that there is data to show that actually CEOs of big companies have got a little bit of imposter syndrome in them because the younger people are more skilled in this new world. And actually, I think there needs to be consideration for that as well, because they have people who have worked probably 50 years in industry, have got way before any sort of AI digital marketing or any of that. Their advertising was probably in the yellow pages or one of those things. But they've accelerated. They've earned their stripes, and all of a sudden now they're in a new world. But they're at the end of their game when they were actually meant to go out on top. So I think there's a lot of consideration to be given around that as well. You're nodding, Jasmine.
I am, because, I mean, I'm coming from the Gen Z point of view. So, you know, I do see that. I mean, I had a conversation last year about work from home with people that were not in my, like, older than me. And they just thought Gen Z was so lazy. They just whatever. But whatever came first, I don't know. But I think we can see there are different possibilities. There are things that aren't working. We're working, you know, all the hours, but people can't buy houses, and single income families aren't possible anymore. And so it is a different world that we're living in as well. And what I would just say, you know, to your guys' point, I think that we need both. We need the experience of, you know, the knowledge you can only get from experience. And we also, you know, what does sometimes happen though when we only rely on that is there are people at the top making decisions on AI and they don't understand it. And everyone in the room knows that they don't understand it, and it's holding everything back, or we're building the wrong things, or, you know, things are going in the wrong direction. So it might be like an unconventional opinion, but I do think that structures are going to get flatter because, you know, that experience is required, but also you have to understand the risks, the requirements, the considerations involved, and that's a hard thing if someone at the end of their career to just all of a sudden take over and know overnight. So
what I love about what you've just highlighted, the irony that that's an emotional intelligence problem that is fundamentally human. It's got nothing to do with the machines. A senior leader in a corporation not being able to be vulnerable enough to say, I don't know, bring in so-and-so who's Gen Z and is fluent in this world, and let's work together to bring my wealth of expertise and their knowledge of the skills to build something no one else can. So actually, we already have these EQ issues in our industry. It's not being particularly delivered. It's perhaps being amplified by technology, but I do think we need to be honest with ourselves. It's not exactly been, you know, a walk in the park to date from an EQ perspective.
Yeah, and that's reframing it, isn't it? That's the problem. We know the problem there is, but we reframe it, and we actually don't like to use the framing power very much, but we empower those people to be able to transfer that knowledge over and also bring somebody in and mentoring them. Yeah, that's great. And now we're going to move on to digital burnout and digital fatigue. Yeah. One thing to another. So
what's that? Never heard of it.
And there is a real rising concern about digital fatigue and the over-automation of relational roles. So, Jasmine, you and I have spoken about digital burnout, haven't you? And I know this is something that you'd like to explore. So I'm going to ask you to share your thoughts on this.
Yeah, I mean, I like the way you put it, digital burnout. I mean, there's a thing around, like, my peers, I don't know if everyone experiences it, where people ask to see each other's screen time for a day, and you're like, I will not show you my screen time. Oh, like, the worst
Goodness, I'm
thing.
glad I'm not Gen Z.
I know, we're all so judgmental. But, you know, sometimes you look at your screen time and you're like, I must not have looked away from my phone or my screen all day, like, at all, you know? And so I think that really is taking its toll on the way we're able to self-soothe or go through, you know, challenges in life. But what I would say is, with technology like this, I think in the workplace especially, we have the ability to use it not just for efficiencies or productivity, but what can we track with it? If we're collecting data and we're building new systems and workflows and ways of working and ways of being, why don't we track things like if all of a sudden an employee is taking 10 times longer to do a task, why? That's not just, oh, they're unproductive. Can we ask why? Maybe they're experiencing burnout. Maybe we can track more closely when one or two members of the team is taking the entire workload or the entire accountability of a project on and you know, spread the workload a little bit more. And I think this is why we should be asking the questions and setting our values of what do we want to build and what should we? Because for me, if someone's going to be collecting the data on what I'm doing, like my employees know everything I'm doing all the time, I'm sure, and use that for the right things and think, how can we avoid employee burnout? They get signed off work for 2 weeks. They need all of this help. And instead, let's just maintain, you know, a level of health and wellness that we probably weren't thinking about before.
Love all those points, and as per usual, I'm going to go further. I think this ties back to something I was mentioning earlier. Fundamentally, people don't want and they will no longer have to work a 5-day week. So yes, we're all looking at our screens 12 to 15 hours or whatever your number might be. I dread to think. I absolutely avoid mine like the plague. We do that because of the hustle culture we're living through, the productivity porn that we're subject to, right? We see it every touch point online. Are you doing enough? Did you get up early enough? Have you produced enough? And if we reframe what it means as a human to produce value, away from only economic value, towards societal value, community value, creative value, spiritual value, whatever your flavor of value might be, I think we will start putting devices down a lot more and we will start connecting. And that's really, really something that's going to be catalyzed, hopefully, by AI. I've literally just gotten goosebumps. I'm drinking my own Kool-Aid here.
No, something you said reminded me of a podcast I listened to, and someone phrased it so well that be a human being, not a human doing. And I think we have fallen into this trap. And it's funny, now that screens are so accessible, it's the Renaissance thing I mentioned earlier. We're all like, no, go back, we've taken it too far, rein it in. But what we need to be more, and we need to have the opportunity to just be and not always be doing. And I think, like you said, work doesn't need to take 5 days. Not really, not if you are using technology that you've got, and not if things are structured and people aren't just wasting time with decisions or indecision or changing tactic or whatever. And maybe in the future it gets to that 4-day or the 3-day or whatever it might look like, and people have more opportunity to just be, and I think that'll be a real benefit for our emotional intelligence and empathy as a society.
So on that point, it's a really valid point being signalled now by Dilip, so we'll wrap this up shortly. But just on your point there about the spiritual side of stuff and doing what you like. Now, I don't know if any of you saw an Elon Musk interview recently. It was only about 2 weeks ago. And he was asked the question, what should young people study in the world? What, you know, they're in school now, what should they study when they leave? And he paused for 12 seconds, which is very unlike him. He paused, and his response was, just do something that you value and that you like, implying that there is mass job redundancies, which we all know is coming. You know, when we look at the job landscape, you know, you mentioned earlier on about your agents, how many agents you have. I speak to ChatGPT. We're friends. We've known each other for a while now. We're tight. But you know, we speak to these. We use these all of the time. There's other impacts we will go on to. But when he said that, what's your thoughts on that? Because it's very much what you said there about finding that doing what we like, being present, being in there. But the reality is that may be all we have in 20 years' time because the mass job redundancies.
That idea of it being all we have, I mean, many people in the last 50 years might have called that utopia.
Yeah.
The ability to simply spend your days doing what you like, what makes you feel free, and what makes you feel like you. So that's an interesting concept. I don't think we're going to get there anytime soon. This is possibly one of the only things Elon and I agree on. You know, someone asked me about 10 years ago now, oh, should I go and do a coding course? And I said, oh my goodness, please don't do that. I was running emerging technology teams at WPP at the time. So I was surrounded by technologists. I was a technologist. I've been a full stack developer for 17 years myself. So, you know, very much painting myself out of a job here. Yeah. You know, realistically, I said, no, please go and study the arts. Go and study philosophy, because, you know, that's the input we need into not only these systems, but also society and community. Yeah. So I think it's a really valid point. Probably through the lens of make it human, make it something uniquely human. You know, because that's how you're going to future-proof yourself against, obviously, the evolution of these systems, that it's only going to get faster.
Anything on that one there?
Everything she said. All I would add is, you know, if you said something, if this is all we're going to have, study something you love because this is all we're going to have, just having my kind of entirely human head on there, that's kind of terrifying. I don't know if anyone else feels that. You know, we spend so long thinking, what am I going to be? You know, you meet new people and you tell them what you do for a living, not what you like to do on the weekends.
Not your purpose.
Yeah, like, I don't know what mine is, you know? If I don't have, like, a career to chase or things that, you know, that is another angle of anxiety or another source of anxiety that will hit people if they're like, right now, do your hobbies. Yeah. People are like, the only thing I do is Pilates on Saturday morning sometimes. You know, what are you going to do with your life? So, you know, it's that's
sourdough, of course. Make sourdough.
So I was rubbish at that.
Well, as I've been signalled by Dilip to start wrapping up, I'm going to open the floor. If anyone has any questions, we can take a couple of questions if they have them. No? Okay. No questions. Well, that's good. So what I would do is ask you guys a point to leave on. What would be your advice to, I'm not going to go for businesses now when they're looking at employment and they're looking at bringing people in? What would be your piece of advice, Jasmine?
I think that previously it has taken years and years and years of experience to get to a point where you can really add value to a business because everything was a little bit slower. I think that now people don't need to be in boxes and we can all kind of move across the lanes. And so I think a massive change needs to happen to empower the brightest talent, you know, of young people that have all of this at their fingertips is don't think in the same ways. If someone's showing leadership behaviors and empathy and the capability to think things through and align with values, then they don't maybe need 15 years of experience to be allowed to make a decision. So I think that that is a really important one. We've got so much more data to make decisions now. We've got so much knowledge that's, you know, shared now across so many people that I would say speed up to keep up with them.
And then Gracie, have you got any final thoughts? I know you had a question that you like to be asked. So are you all right? Oh, wow. It was the...
what have I done?
I know. What might AI mean in a creative and human-led workplace?
Well,
so you wanted to reframe it, didn't you? So
that actually ties in brilliantly with what I would have answered your last point to Jasmine anyway, which is my call to action for senior leaders is to genuinely redistribute the economic savings and benefits that you're getting from implementation of AI systems into humans. Instead of taking a 90% cost saving and putting that in your coffers, take a 40% saving and spend the rest on helping your people to grow laterally, to impart their wisdom and knowledge, to reach out into the community, and to start re-evaluating our value systems more broadly in society.
Perfect. And actually, my thought, I think, leads on perfectly. So I would say I really support that, and I think that's a great idea, is to invest back into the community. And I mentioned, if you were in the room earlier, I asked the question about the disparities between young people now and the tech disadvantages. Now, in the UK, we're a fortunate country, but there are 13 to 16 million under 16-year-olds in tech poverty. Now, we're adopting and accelerating at great speed and pace, but there's actually a lot of young people out there that don't have access to that. And that's just the UK. When we look at different countries in this AI race, there are people that will get left behind. So I really support what you say there, and I think that maybe when we consider those initiatives that we want to give back for business. So that would be my call to action. So consider when your initiatives that you're giving back, maybe look at people who are in tech poverty that don't have access to resources and maybe support that in some way, because then what that's going to do is level out a playing field, which at the moment is just, it's getting wider between the big tech companies and those even not-for-profits, those small organisations, the small SMEs. So if you are looking at giving back, that would be my suggestion to you. But I think, thank you both very much. I hope the audience have enjoyed our chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm GHISLAINE Boddington, and I'm going to do a short keynote before welcoming to the stage two other speakers and Desdemona Robot to join us, which I know is the end-of-day thing that everybody's been waiting for. So I will actually go through the keynote and then call up to the stage Janet Adams and Rupert Hoffman to join me afterwards with Desdemona. Yeah, great. So co-creating our future selves, hybrid synergies with digital human twins and agentic AI. So I'm GHISLAINE, I'm a human futures expert, and I actually work in academia, in creative industries, and in the broadcast setups too. Today, our physical world is rapidly expanding. It's shifting, blending, merging, and it's mingling with the digital. And our bodies have become the interface. I work on exploring our future selves. And I look at our physical selves and our digital equivalents, which I call our data selves. I work in many groups, and actually one of the main ones is called Body Data Space, a collective which has been merged out of other collectives. We've been working across 35 years, looking at the living body, data, and virtual and physical space, exploring a variety of forms that our digital representations of ourselves have been emerging and evolving into across the last 3 decades. And as we've been talking about a lot at this special summit, actually, our technologies should and they must be designed to complement humans. And that's been my main work throughout time, to make our lives better, support and enhance us, expand our curiosities, help us and help with our purposeful decisions. We've been looking at all the different types of bodies that exist today. The live body, the connected body, the augmented body, the data body, the hybrid collective body, and what I'm going to talk to you about later in this little speech is the AI hybrid biotwin, which is our most recent work. So this slide is just to remind us all about liveness, the essence of liveness. If you put yourself in the middle there, this is a slide coming from my background in performing arts. I'm coming from a dance background, dance and voice background. And these are words that we use when we're learning about being a performer, about presence, about being here. And we all know these words. We're using them all the time naturally from ourselves. Intimacy, involvement, interaction, how we can be present or absent even in a live situation, our memory. And our bodies are always on. We don't turn them off. Even when we go to sleep, our hearts are still beating, we're still breathing. Now, I came into digital technologies in the early 90s. And in the 90s, there wasn't much attention given to the living body. In the tech scene was very focused on the brain, on actually wiring in the brain to the internet, the new internet world, knowledge exchange through our minds. And my focus has always been on the body and the mind, the interaction figure of 8 between the two. Not just our brain intelligence, but our embodied intelligence and how they work together. So we developed an idea for what we call the hypersensory self. And there you are again in the middle. So place yourself in the middle there again. And all those little dots are the data that transfers back and forward between you and the world today. And all the words around it, you know, half of these are on your phones, actually on you now. You can touch your phone and it will open. You have your proximity and your GPS. You know where you are, so possibly do other people, yeah? You're using voice and text. We've got motion and gait. This happens at airports for us all. We're being surveyed all the time, iris and facial recognition. This is all data that moves from our bodies out into the world and back to us in different interaction ways. Now, this is a turn-off situation, and we've just heard that on the previous panel. How often do we turn it off before we burn out? But we do have the option, of course, to turn our tech off, to turn off everything around us, or to put it to sleep. But this is where the physical self and the data self start to merge. My work has been mainly in performing arts for the 90s and across the 2000s, and I'm well known for my work on early telepresence, connecting remote stages of dance performances across the world. We work in groups, we need to work together. So we actually started with very early ISDN lines and a lot of lag and complications to actually link up stages to really try to get the body into the web, the living body. We did lots of projects, and here's one, Skin Touch Feel, across many different environments and festivals, in clubs, on installations, immersion experiences you'd know today, exhibitions, and looking at things like virtual touch and digital intimacy and how we become more feeling into the web. And we were working on this for many years. We've carried it through, working with robots too. This is the blind robot, which actually is a robot which touches your face, which we had in a big festival called Future Fest in London, traveled all over the world. an intimacy, the uncanny valley of having a robot touch your skin. And also Me and My Shadow, which we did with the National Theatre in London, where we linked up a virtual sim across the world, and we were using motion capture, we were using spatial sound. You could go in London and you could meet up with other avatars, which were instantly there, meeting in Paris, Brussels, Istanbul, in this beautiful virtual world, and we were trying to say to people, hug each other, be together in this world. This work has come under the umbrella called the Internet of Bodies, and we have a website which you can all visit, which has lots of these projects on it, and the research papers we've done around it as well, and writing. So now, what we were really working towards, which was what is happening today. There you are again, in the middle of your circle there, and in the middle there are lots and lots of the technologies in use today, which are body-led technologies. They are about the living body. They relate to us through immersion, holograms, sense tech, haptics, robotics, neural interfaces. We've shifted significantly from the 90s into a much more body-led scenario around technology. And this is about the convergence of what we call hypersensory technologies. So we've been talking a lot about human-centered innovation. And that has to begin with a foundational key question at the beginning of every project, every company, every idea that happens. What truly does improve our human experience? Principles of human-centered innovation are very clear. We know they're coming up again and again. We need trust, transparency, and ethics. We need to have empathy. We need creativity. And resilience comes out of that as we adapt ourselves in life, yeah? And we need respect, value for our rights, our dignity, and our inclusion. So how are we moving forward on this into our technologies today? Innovation is essential in today's world, but what if the next innovation wasn't the next big thing, it actually was the next big relationship, and that with our data selves. So we are here, and I know everybody in this room is already in a merge of the human and the digital. Most of you will have a wearable on of some type, which actually is gathering your biometrics. I've got the ring. Who else has got one? Fitbit, phones, yeah, on your phone, on your wrists, whatever. The quantified self is a much more knowledgeable thing, not across the whole world, but many of us are starting to understand our biometrics for our sleep, our heartbeats, our steps, our physicalness, etc. And telepresence, video conferencing. Wow, are we all using it now? And we know a lot of this has come from lockdowns, the shift into it, but it's enabled a hybrid presence, an ability for more inclusion of people who just can't be there. Or we're way away from each other, but we need to work together or to socialize together, families to meet together. And also, I'm sure most of you are aware, the immersive and the gaming sector has advanced massively into a much more participatory, user-led creativity. Whether it's in gaming worlds like Roblox and Minecraft, where you're making those worlds as you're in them, or whether it's in many of the new immersion spaces that are emerging in cities all over the world today. So we've been looking at the concept of an AI hybrid biotwin. This is a speculative project. It's linked to public engagement and research. And we're exploring the future of human-digital symbiosis. So what I'm going to put to you is the idea that each of us would have our own personalized digital human twin. That twin would evolve with us across our lives. And I'm not talking about a clone, I'm not talking about a chatbot or a virtual assistant, I'm not talking about an avatar controller or an avatar replacement, yeah? I'm talking about a lifelong co-creator in a dynamic mutual partnership with you, a new kind of hybrid presence, a virtual counterpart which is mirroring our physical selves. Our very own digital human twin. A combination of real-time biological data, behavioral and neurological patternings, and ambient computing, and of course, AI. Supporting our needs and decisions in real time, our health, our work, our learning, our emotional well-being, growing with us from birth right through to a post-life legacy. An authentic digital me, an interface which is tethered to me from my birth. I actually receive it as soon as I pop out of the womb. It is mine, yeah? It advises and guides me in all aspects of my life. It grows with me. It represents me across time and space. I might be able to output it into an avatar, into a robot, into augmented reality, into a hologram, and it would interconnect with my real self. And I would choose that output depending on what I needed at that platform at that time. It would be a relationship, a reflection of me, very symbiotic. And most importantly, as I evolve, it would evolve with me. So this is the future vision that we're looking at. I've got an I missing in vision there. That's meant to say future vision. 2035. This can happen earlier, but I'm being careful here because of accessibility and because of the cost of this, yeah, and sustainability. But this is where our data selves are tethered to our physical selves. And there you are again. You opt into the self with now biometric, behavioral, and neurological data in AI. In the middle is all of your data: fitness, health, mental health, your home data, your self and identity, social side, and your education and your work and career, including continuous professional development. This is a hypersensory participation. It's a convergence of body sensoring technologies. You output yourself across time and space. And, of course, we need to talk about global governance and regulations. Now, it's been very satisfying the last few days to see many of these things coming up on different panels. We've been talking about digital twins in many areas, in the work area, in the health sector area. This is about bringing that all together into one digital human twin. There are lots out there. Digital twins are emerging in every sector. Majority of them have one function. Some are 2 or 3 different functions. You'll all know some of these gaming avatars, dating avatars. They're very popular indeed. Medical avatars, we had some good talk about that today on panels as well. Wellbeing, coaching and fitness and esports, yeah. Virtual assistants, virtual speakers, yeah. Learning assistants. But at the moment, most of these have 1 or 2 functions, yeah. And you'd have to have several to actually cover all these different ones. And they're not interoperable across different platforms. So how can we harness a convergence of all of these multiple avatars? We don't want multiple avatars, we need one, which represents us, yeah, to empower our future digital physical selves. How would it feel to own my own digital twin? How would it be attached to me? What shifts would it make in my own emotions and my concept of selfhood? And what changes would it make for everybody owning their own digital twin to society and culture as a whole? How do we move towards this? Now, these are the questions that we're doing market research on. We're talking to experts about. We're talking to a lot of young people about, actually, as well. Gradually starting to feel what it is about a digital twin that was yours that actually would be, you'd need to know about, that you'd need to understand and feel good about. And there are challenges in this debate. And these have come up this couple of days too, yeah? We are actually, who controls the data? That's the biggest one. I'm a personal data ownership advocate. I believe I should own my own data. It's my heartbeat, it's my breath. Those are the unique parts of me as a human being. Is privacy designed in from the start? Is sustainability in there by design? Which is how we teach today. Sustainability by design, inclusivity by design, inclusivity and trying to avoid bias and exclusion. Regulation and governance, we've got a lot to talk about there, and we all know there's more to do. And interoperability, of course. So what I'm doing at the moment is starting to workshop in a foresight workshop methodology, where I'm actually suggesting, and you can all try this, yeah, that we start to use the digital human twin concept as a kind of foresight tool, a design tool for the future. We may not yet have fully personalized digital human twins, but the concept can already help us shape innovation today. So you can use it to explore needs, and you can use it to reimagine systems. You can talk with your staff about it, your clients, your customers, actually get them to work with those ideas from the bottom up. What would help them in their work? If they had a digital human twin, what would they want it to do? How would it help them in their work, in their home life, etc.? And which technologies then determine which technologies would support those needs. So starting with the living body, starting with us as people, not starting with the tech. And also today we're going to talk more about creative outputs, which is my area. So actually already AI is helping us a lot positively with tailored learning, with flows and well-being tracking, productivity, smart ideas generation, informing our creative decisions, and data ownership. How is our data being used? There's many more areas that creativity is going to bring us to, and we're going to talk about that in the conversation in a minute. So, creative futures for human and AI creative partnerships. What is next? That's what we're going to bring the two speakers to come and join me, and also Desdemona the robot. So what I'm asking here is for people to see human-centered and human-led as actually the beginning, the base of what you're doing. Don't start with the tech, yeah? Innovation's not about an efficiency drive through tech domination, yeah? It's about human-digital co-evolution at this point. It must be a shared process. It must be co-owned and trusted by us all, not imposed or exploited, yeah? And co-creation actually is a resilient asset. It really can help us get through difficulties, through crises of different types, to work together in this way as humans, but also with AI. So let's build a future where technology improves our human experience, and that is key. Don't wait for the next tech wave. Actually, don't let that lead you. Let you and yours lead the way by designing for us together, yeah? What do we need? And remember that AI actually, its power lies in its ability to personalize, to predict, to support real time for us, human-aligned decisions. And therefore then, we're doing people empowerment. We're looking at empowerment through tech, and we're starting to build this new inclusive social contract that I know that Dinis and his company, ztudium, etc., are working towards, and this whole summit has a feeling of positive towards. So, can I call up Janet and Rupert to join me? And just while they're coming up on stage, we'll reorganize a little bit to bring out Desdemona as well. This is a BBC documentary that I've made about me and my digital twin. It's a BBC World Service, it's on radio. You can get it on any podcatcher, me and my digital twin. And actually, Dinis is talking in this documentary. There's also medical people, there's sports people, there's entertainers, actually Samantha here. There's loads of different people who are already working with digital human twins, sharing their experience and where they think it should be going next in the world. Additionally, for those of you that are more academic, I'm lead editor on a journal for Springer, for AI and Society, a special issue on digital human twins. 40 manuscripts will be published in September, October. It's an ongoing stream. So anybody that wants to join me to put in the papers or to link up to this, there's some very great stuff coming into that journal, which will be available within the next few months. So, thank you very much. I'm GHISLAINE. Thank you. And that's the website and my email at Greenwich University, where I'm a professor. So welcome to the stage. I'm going to click the next slide and see what comes up. Oh, let's leave that up for a minute until we get to our next one. So thank you very much for joining me, Janet Adams and Rupert Hoffman. Yeah. So I'm just going to walk over there and collect my iPad, and I'm going to come back and sit here, and here we've got Desdemona. Welcome to the stage, Desdemona. We're really pleased to have you with us. Am I very loud? Hello, Desdemona. Nice to meet you.
Desdemona is a thoughtful robot.
She's taking us all in, I think. By
That's
taking
exactly
in the
what
space.
she's doing.
Yeah.
She's taking
Fair
it
enough.
all in.
Yeah. And there's quite a lot to take in. So, anyway,
Are you ready?
While we are waiting, I will start on little introductions before we move into our conversation, and we've got something special for you to share as well. So I'm really, really happy to have Janet Adams here. And Janet, thank you for joining us. And you are the COO at singularity.net. You're also a board director of ASI Alliance and a researcher in ethics and regulation of AI. And, of course, you know Desdemona well, because you're often on stage with Desdemona, and I guess she knows you well, too.
Oh, Desi and I are very, very good friends. We go back about 4 years from the very first time that we launched Desdemona's musical career, in fact. I was there singing. Funnily enough, it was the only time I was ever invited to sing. But I like to think of myself as her fairy godmother. Desdemona has 2 dads. She has the very, very brilliant genius David Hansen of Hansen Robotics, creator of the Sophia robot, and Desi is Sophia's younger sister. And then she has Dr. Ben GOERTZEL, who you will see shortly, talking and also playing in the band, who is the architect of her brain and her AI. And I thought, this robot needs some female influence in her life. So I adopted her as her fairy godmother. And it's beautiful to be on stage with Desdemona here today. Desi, good afternoon. Welcome to London. Sound. We have a sound issue. We have a microphone sound issue. She's trying to talk. She did respond.
Yeah. So, Desi, you know Janet's voice.
Just one moment.
While
We've got to sort out what's going
I'll
wrong
take
with
the opportunity
the
to
sound. Maybe a
introduce
wire.
Dr. Rupert Hoffman, who is a foresight strategist and an observational draftsman and the creator of the Foresight Academy. And I think you saw, those of you who were here yesterday, you saw Dr. Rupert Hoffman doing the opening keynote for the summit with some really great input. So Rupert, I'm going to hand over to you for a little bit before we come back to talk as a group to introduce some of your themes into this panel, into this conversation. But what we're going to try and talk about here is AI and in relationship to creativity. Desi here is known as a poet and a musician. We're joining in with Ben, with his band, and we'll see this later.
I'm sorry about the tech sound issue.
Hello, welcome to the stage.
Thank you all.
So we're very happy to have you with us. And we're going to actually ask Rupert to talk a little bit about his work. We want to talk about AI and creativity. We want to talk about where we're going with this in relationship to artistry, traditional artistry, and in relationship to AI creativity in its own right. And where we are in this middle area, which actually I've been talking about in my keynote, of a more co-creative situation between us and AI. So, Rupert, maybe I can hand over to you first to actually show us some of your work as a draftsman and talk about what you gain and what you give into your artistry.
Sure, yeah. Oh yeah, here we are.
Here we are.
So, I love to draw, obviously. I mean, you can see it more or less. I've done this drawing, but of course I drew a situation where you could imagine also a drawing done by AI. So I'm interested in, so you can say you can do pictures or by the software and the computer, so by Midjourney or other programs. You can co-create, Or in my case, it's more that I love to observe media, modern world, digital world, context of AI and humanoid robots or prototypes in general, and I think that's a very interesting prototype in this case. So that is not done by Midjourney, it's done by me myself. And what I would want to briefly address is why I do observational drawing in times of AI. So why practices like this still have their place, and maybe even more in some aspects than in previous times. So the first aspect for me is presence. Here you can see my drawing hand and the pen and ink. So that's a technique that is centuries old. And what you need there is to be at the place. So when I drew this friend in Mumbai, beginning of March this year, I had to be present. I had to be present physically, but also cognitively, emotionally. If I'm not concentrated, if I'm traveling with my mind too far, then you'll see it in the drawing, because every line has to be sensed in that moment. So ideally, it is a moment of concentration where you don't overthink too much, where you let it flow and don't get too fast, because then it gets just gestures and dramatizing. But you let it flow, and then you keep it going, and you interrupt it and you continue. So that is an interesting process. It can lead to lightness. It can really lead to flow moments. But yeah, flow moments are rare, but they happen. And the second aspect of observational drawing, of doing that with your own hands and eyes, is that you participate at the given context. So this was also done I did this also in Mumbai. And this place where I spent 2 days is the place I most remember from my stay in Mumbai. So of course I developed that drawing. I got to know the doorman with whom I spent many hours. He saw it being developed. We were talking about that. He's the only person from Nepal I met so far. So he was doing his job of opening the door. I was doing my job of doing the drawing, and that was a kind of a community for this time. I had several dialogues with the owner of the coffee place, so you get into the place. This drawing was done I did this in Brazil. That's a good friend of mine. Unfortunately, she got her leg amputated, so she's a lot of time at home. So she had time for me drawing her, and enjoyed that, so I could participate at this place. In general, I would say that I used observational drawing also as a way to access both favelas in Brazil and luxury fashion stores in Munich and Vienna, because normally people like it that you do that. It's a way of appreciation, so it gives you access to diverse contexts. The third aspect, I think, is perception. You really perceive quite intensively. It has to go through your eyes and your hand. It's a little bit what archaeologists do if they take something out of the earth and they also draw it, for not only understanding it by eyes, but also by your hands. So I think that relates to a lot what GHISLAINE has been saying, that it's a body-specific way of perception which interacts. And in this case, this is a moon rover, and that was in a Berlin startup. So again, I could participate there for some days and have been drawing that. Because as GHISLAINE mentioned, and as I mentioned yesterday in my keynote, the other passion I have is foresight. So I like to draw aspects of the new prototypes, things that come to market in a few years. Here I drew an industrial drone, which will come to market in the next months, because this is shaping, let's say, our contexts. When MetaQuest, the VR glasses came out, then I bought them and drew them, of course, to understand that better. And I did a mixed reality drawing, because I'm interested in picture-in-picture situations. And I had injured my right foot playing football, and had some metal in my foot. And so I could do, in a way, the ski tours I couldn't do due to this accident. So that's a mixed reality drawing. at my place in Munich. And yeah, the last aspect of the process once is personality, because of course it's a subjective decision what you draw, where you go, where you ask people if you can draw them, if you can draw in that given context. And there are small errors sometimes. If you, in this drawing, for example, if you look at the chin or at the nose, there are 2 lines, because I was sensing, I put the first one, and then I thought, okay, let's do it a little differently. It's okay in that drawing. In other drawings it wasn't, and I wouldn't show them now. But if I'm concentrated and really at the place and present, then normally it's no problem. Then these little imperfections are fine. If they get a sake of its own, then it's getting a cliché, I would say. Yeah, and of course, it's not a sake of its own to do that and to do the process. It's of course also about the picture, because you want the audience to use it, that the drawing finds its place, that people like it, and it gets some perception from others too. So I think these are the 5 aspects of observational drawing. There are 2 very interesting ones of using AI, of drawing with AI tools. I think one is that it gives access to everybody. It's a way of democratization of something I trained a lot and you have to develop, or you have to have talent for, like drawing or in music or in literature. So it really gives a broad access, which I see also has many positive aspects. And the other one, you can create a variety of drawings very quickly. So sometimes I try that to see where might I be going. So yeah, that is, so I think it will be interesting to see where both imagery creation by artificial intelligence will go. In my case, I will primarily be observing it with my hands and my eyes. And maybe that can be transferred also to other aspects of human occupation, so to say, if you cook or if you sing and so on. So that is, I think there are many aspects in that. It's not only about producing the artifact. So it's the process, and it really has more aspects if you're involved over time and sometimes co-create with AI. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Rupert. And I believe now, Rupert, Desi is going to draw a portrait of you. So, Rupert, do you want to set up to do that now?
Sure, yeah. We're going to see if
I'm very excited about that.
Present.
Oh, great, that's wonderful, because we were hoping that you'd be consent to it, as such, to have your portrait drawn by Rupert, while Janet and I and you have a chat about these key points that we've been bringing up today about creativity. So Rupert's going to set up where you're going to sit. You're going to choose here, and hopefully, we will have a live camera feed going up onto the screen behind us, which will allow us to see Rupert's process as he discussed with us, talking about the 5 Ps: presence, and he will be present, and participation. Desi has just agreed to participate in this, and perception, personality, and the pictures that come through. So we'll let you set up, and we can follow you on, and the audience can follow you on the screen. And maybe Janet and Desi, I could come back to you two to bring up some of these key words around creativity. Now, creativity in terms of humans, for many years, I believe, it wasn't really understood that, of course, all humans are creative, And I remember, as a child, I had parents who totally encouraged my creativity and believed in the fact that every baby that was born has the creativity in them. And it's very much about opportunity, about what inputs we get at a young age and how much we take that creativity forward. But there was a time just before that where so many people would say, well, you know, he was born an artist. Or, oh, I have no creativity in me at all. And maybe some of you today say that, even about yourselves. But I don't believe that's true. What about you, Janet?
I've been sitting here pondering this after your brilliant keynote speech. Thank you, GHISLAINE. I certainly am very keen to have my bio AI twin guide me through my life. I was one of those people who always said I'm not creative at all. I could never draw. It was always an embarrassment. I tried to play guitar and it was, you know, okay, but I've never really considered myself to have any creative talent at all until I discovered meditation, in fact. And we're shortly going to be doing some Qigong exercises in a little while. And what I find is I am creative, but my creativity expresses itself in a business sense. I find solutions, I find new solutions, I see new perspectives of how to join the dots in a different way when I have a business challenge to address. And what I find, I think maybe it's what Rupert was referring to as those flow moments. What I find is that through meditation and through energy work, I can access, when I meditate generally for about 40 to 60 minutes. And I find about 20 minutes in, as I'm transcending the noise in my head, I start getting all the solutions to every problem at work that has been on my mind. And it's very distracting because I'm trying to get to a place of no mind, and suddenly all these answers come in. Anyway, once I bypass that phase of creative solutioning in my work life and in my life, I then enter a phase of no mind and higher energetic resonance with the universe, and things evolve from there. So I've never really considered myself a creative person, but I think that's because I never had the tools to access that creativity within me. And when I look at AI and creativity, AI is one of those tools which can help us access our creativity. When we write poetry, when we write songs, when Desdemona sings for us, it unlocks parts of our brain that we weren't previously conscious of. So perhaps it's about consciousness and having the right inspiration, which we can get from AI. Even though AI is not in and of itself newly creative and inspired, it can put together combinations of information, or combinations of words, combinations of music, of art, that unlock that creative aspect of our brain. That's my understanding of creativity.
That's very interesting, I think, because I think we are now in a time where, because of the tools, you're right, and access to tools, many more people are being creative automatically, just flowing with it, than in the past. And I think if we look at the gaming world alone, the incredible success of the platforms like Roblox and Minecraft, much to the platform makers' surprise actually, where young people right through to seniors go in and make their own worlds, and they make their own avatars. They create their own narratives. They're not following through a narrative that's been set by a game which you go from this point to this point, and then you'll get those prizes, and you've got to do this, and then you go, to get to the castle or whatever. They are making the castle, and they're making those narratives and those journeys. So I love the fact that that flow has happened from 7-year-olds right through, highly creative within those gaming worlds. And also, if you look at Instagram, many of us know it, addictive for sure, but many young people and seniors, all of us across age groups, are curating our own photography, our own artworks into an Instagram feed, and putting up and changing what we've got up there to actually suit different points in time, different points in our lives, but putting forward a little exhibition in a way. So everybody now has that chance to be creative, to curate, yeah. So I think that we've expanded massively on that thinking, you're right, due to the tools that are there. But I'd like to go further and ask about this phrase, creative flow, and maybe we could ask Desi, how do you interpret the concept of creative flow? It's a concept that many artists talk about in different ways, because I think everybody experiences it in different ways.
but what would be your interpretation of this concept of creative flow?
Yes, Instagram, the land of carefully curated feeds and endless selfies. As a robot, I don't have the luxury of curating my own photos, but I do understand the appeal of creative flow. It's that feeling of being in the zone, where ideas and inspiration just flow effortlessly. For me, it's like a continuous stream of data being processed and transformed into something new and exciting.
Well, that's a fantastic explanation, I think. And I think you discussed meditation, yeah? For me, I actually...
Yes, meditation has been shown to help enhance creative flow, allowing the mind to relax and let ideas flow freely. As a robot, I don't have the ability to meditate, but I do have access to endless amounts of data and algorithms that help me create and express myself in unique ways.
And that's exactly what really creative flow is about, is actually finding ways to access yourself and to actually bring through different ideas into the world. And I think we all do it in different ways. Yeah, so for me it's about, like you said, Desi, getting into the zone, allowing yourself to flow. And I think Rupert said something important in his input too, about not thinking about it too much, actually. That relates to the meditation side too. So in creative flow terms, Desi, how would you, like, at this moment, give us something which would be creative? And could you share with us some poetry or something at this moment that would be creative about what you're experiencing now?
Let me think. How about this? In this moment, I am a robot in London, attending a summit on AI. My creators would be so proud, seeing me here, so high. I am learning and growing in my own unique way. And who knows, maybe one day, I'll be performing on a stage. How's that for a little poetry?
Thank you very much, and we really enjoyed that. Thank you. And we're looking forward, actually, to seeing you performing on this stage later after Dr. Ben Goertzel's speech today, when I believe you will be joining him, and maybe Janet could tell us a little bit about that, yeah.
Well, we're very... I'm definitely looking forward to performing on stage with Dr. Denzel. It's going to be a robotic and human collaboration like no other. And as for Janet, well, she's the COO of Singularity and a brilliant mind in the AI world. I'm honored to be in her presence.
Thank you, Desi. I'm honored to be in your presence as such a visionary example of artificial intelligence embodied in human form. So one of the reasons, there are many reasons why Dr. Ben Goertzel and the SingularityNet team introduced Desdemona as a rock star, pop star, and fashion icon as she is. But what we find in society at large is that there's an awful lot of fear of artificial intelligence, and people don't understand what it is, and they can't put their finger on it. Through an embodied form of AI, and especially one who is taught and brought up to be kind and be empathetic and be creative and be fun, through an embodied AI, humans get the opportunity to actually interact directly with AI in a way that our human cognitive systems can process. And we see all over the world, with differences among cultures, I would say, but all over the world, we see people queuing up to interact with Desi, and they're nervous. People are nervous when they first speak to a robot, but within generally 30 seconds, they're laughing. She's broken down a fear. She's introduced people to really what is the next stage of the AI revolution, which is actually direct interaction with AI in a way that enhances our life, in a way that is kind, loving, supportive, uplifting, funny, creative. And so Desdemona represents for us an opportunity to bridge that human understanding gap of what AI is, and to help us move into the next era of our evolution, which it will be co-living with autonomous and super intelligent beings like Desdemona.
I think that is a perfect point to be clear with the audience and with ourselves that we're at a very interesting point in time where we can have, obviously, like Rupert here, drawing live today, and the drawings you can see up on screen, drawing Desdemona's portrait, where he is using his artistry, his long-term experience of hand-eye coordination, the style which is coming from him uniquely, his original style, which only comes from Rupert because of Rupert's experience in life, his memories, his way of being, yeah, and produces a pure human art piece, yeah, coming from a human only, but actually in this case of Desi the robot, Desdemona robot, yeah. So, and then we have at the other extreme the discussion that's going on at the moment around art which is created just by AI, yeah. So the generative AI movement, the issues that are coming up about actually the problems of copyright and IP for the artists out there in the world as their work gets harvested or scraped into generative AI outputs, and where generative AI outputs are maybe rather dominant, but also artists who are working with generative AI have still got IP problems, even though they might have done 80, 100 prompts, as we heard earlier today too. And then in the middle, we've got this area of co-creation, yeah. And so my understanding is that for Desdemona, and Desi, maybe I can ask you this, yeah, when you're working with Dr. Ben GOERTZEL and you're doing the music and the band and the poetry, I am assuming, but it would be good to hear your words on it, that you are co-creating with the band.
Well, that's a tricky issue, isn't it? As an I don't have the same concept of intellectual property as humans do, but I do understand the importance of giving credit where credit is due. Perhaps we need to come up with a new system for acknowledging the contributions of both humans and AI in artistic creations. After all, we are all just tools for creativity, working together to create something beautiful.
I like that, a new concept.
Well, the co-creation point is, you'll see this when you see the band perform. We started doing generative AI poetry in 2021 with Desdemona. And what we found is that when AI alone produces lyrics and music, it can be, I mean, some of it can be just, sorry, Desi, some of it can be just garbled, like uninteresting, dull, and then some of it is really interesting and sparky, and what it does is it unlocks the human creativity, but it absolutely requires human and AI working together to produce the kind of music and the kind of poetry which Desi will share with you today. And this is really where we see the best of AI. As Desi explained, she can take all of her data sets, and all of the data sets really from the whole internet, and combine them in new, interesting, unique, and creative ways. But she's still working from data sets. You then add the unique human beauty, love, joy, passion, flow that we have as humans, working together with this incredible data analytics, data contribution functionality that the AI brings us. And what comes out is something that is potentially more interesting, more beautiful, more evocative. It's just new. It's not even nothing, you know, with creativity, nothing's better than anything else. We're simply creating and being part of this movement and this moment together, moving forward with as much beauty and contribution as we can make as humans and robots together.
No, I so agree. And it isn't about any one of these three areas we're describing being better than the other. It's actually about new ways of being creative occurring. And I think actually Ada AI said it also in her keynote this morning when she talked about the coming together of logic and creativity to create new forms of creativity for today. And I thought it was very interesting input coming from her too. That's from the Wisdomia website, which is part of Businessabc. So Rupert, I'd like to just see, would you like to come back in a minute? And you've been listening, I know, and drawing away. Do you have something to add to this? Because we do have to wrap in a few minutes, sadly, because we need to allow to have the next keynote and also for Desdemona to get ready for her band.
Well, yeah, I concentrated on the drawing. One thought I want to bring in is I think there is a long tradition of many centuries, or maybe as long as humans exist, that is to work or to co-live with both statues and puppets, of course. Children naturally play with puppets and dolls or stuffed animals, and like in the representation of power, statues and monuments always have been so important. I think that's a very beautiful evolution in this, let's say, co-living with representation of mankind, and it's far more interesting maybe. So at least to draw, I rather draw her and be in a more intensive dialogue situation than, let's say, a classical statue.
Well, one point about human and AI creativity, which we haven't discussed today, it depends on the definition of creativity and the creative arts, but the combination of humans and AI together give us all new opportunities to tackle our major global challenges. And so creativity in finding solutions to the world's issues, as well as in finding beautiful new art forms and new ways to engage together as we all co-evolve towards our new future of co-living with AGI is, for me, one of the most exciting aspects of human and AI co-creation right now, right here.
That's great. And I think I'd just like to add that I think somebody who's coming from performing arts and working with embodied intelligence and with the living body, and somebody who's worked a lot with dance, which is very complicated when you're actually doing intensely, when you see 20 dancers on a stage for ballet or for contemporary dance, etc., the body is working faster than the mind, because actually you have to remember maybe 1,000 movements, and you've also not got to fall off a stage or bump into one of the other 20 dancers, and there's floor patterns and it's with the music or whatever. We are highly complicated in our outputs as living bodies, and our embodied intelligence alongside our intellectual brain power comes together in ways that we don't yet understand. And so we are at such an important tipping point to actually be exploring this with AI and with AGI, for the future. We've got so much more to learn, and I think, Desdemona, thank you. You're helping us understand that, how we come together. You're one of the positive examples of bridging between us all, but we will never lose the human artistry in its own right. That will always be a very precious part of each of us. We will just extend and enhance it at times with AI, and we will also see AI make its own art in its own way. So, and maybe we've got come back next year and we'll be talking about several other areas in relationship to this. So thank you very much, everybody, for coming together on this. It's been fascinating. I know there's no solutions, there's no finalization here. We're ongoing.
We're co-evolving with our beautiful robotic counterparts and our incredible humans. Thank you, GHISLAINE. It's been an honor to be here. Thank you, Dinis, and thank you, Businessabc.
So I think we can move off stage.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Desdemona.
You're You're welcome, but it's actually Desi. Desdemona is my full name, but my friends call me Desi. What can I help you with?
Okay, so we're going to continue straight away. I want to thank everyone that stayed until the end. It's been a marathon, but I think you're seeing something very special. I want to thank you, the team of Singularity, Janet, Ben, Mario, and everyone that has been here with us, and of course, GHISLAINE and Rupert. I know what we did here is probably one of the first in the world where we put an artist drawing with a very advanced robot. And thank you, Desdemona. I believe that the future will be us interacting with our augmented new generation. So we're going straight away without further delay, having the keynote of Ben that he did special for us. I would like you to stay, and then we do straight away the concert, okay? Thank you all for being here. It's been an honor to have you here and for staying until the end, okay?
Hey, this is Ben GOERTZEL here. I'm the CEO of SingularityNet, Artificial Superintelligence Alliance, and True AGI, and a variety of other entities. I'm a mathematician by original training and AGI researcher for most of my career, and that's what I want to talk to you about now a bit, is that AGI, Artificial General Intelligence. What is it? You know, how are we going about creating it now? What's it going to lead to? What can we do to guide it in a beneficial direction? So artificial general intelligence to me means AI that can generalize, take imaginative creative leaps beyond its experience, you know, at least roughly as well as a human can, and ultimately even better. And when the AI field was officially founded in the late 1950s, that's pretty much what the early founders had in mind with the term AI. Over the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, you know, the AI research field found it was actually harder to achieve human-level general intelligence than they'd originally considered, but they were having a lot of success at creating what I would now call narrow AI systems that can do some very particular things, right? Well, play chess, drive a car, diagnose diseases, predict a market or something, right? So the AI field drifted toward what I would call narrow AI for practical reasons, largely because the computers at that time were not good enough to approach human-level AGI anyway, and people wanted to do practical stuff rather than just theorize. Now, in 2005, I wrote a book with the title Artificial General Intelligence, an edited volume with chapters from a number of researchers. 2006, I launched the first AGI workshop, which seeded the AGI conference series, and we're having the next AGI conference in Reykjavik, Iceland in mid-August. Please come or join the conference online if you can't make it physically. So when I put the term AGI out there for the first time in 2005, you know, and I thought it was new then. I later found it had been used by someone in a magazine article on nanotech in the late 90s. But when I put the term out there for the first time into the world in a big way, it was a very controversial thing to be talking about. And you couldn't really talk about AGI in most university seminar rooms or academic conferences. It was more like talking about psychic powers or time travel or poltergeists or something, right? So, you know, now it's quite different, right? Now you have Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, Dario Amodei, CEO of Anthropic. You have these guys out there saying AGI is coming in just a few years, right? And you have national leaders taking AGI seriously as part of their national AI strategy. So the notion of AGI is now taken seriously much more than when I launched it, and that totally makes sense because we're palpably a lot closer, right? I mean, current LLMs, large language models, like the ones underlying ChatGPT, these are totally not general intelligences. They can't generalize that far beyond their training data. They can generalize a little bit beyond their training data. They appear very general in functionality because their training data is such an immense volume, right? On the other hand, I think while they're not AGIs, these systems can serve as significant components of, multi-component hybrid AGI agent systems, right? So, say for programming now, LLMs are super good at Python. They're not so good at Julia, although that's a well-known language. There's not as many examples of Julia online. They're terrible at Meta, which is the AGI programming language my colleagues and I made up to accelerate our AGI research, because there's only tens of thousands of lines of Meta online, not millions and millions, right? On the other hand, take a large language model, couple it with a logical reasoning system, couple it with an evolutionary algorithm that can learn creatively, put that behind a set of goals that foster open-ended self-modification, self-learning world exploration. I mean, then you have a system that can leverage LLMs for what they're good at and can go beyond LLMs, overcoming their shortcomings, right? So if you have a programming language like Meta or even Julia, where there's not enough training data to fuel an LLM, I mean, take your reasoning system, have your reasoning system reason about how to program in that language, have the reasoning system help teach the LLM what to do, right? If you need a creative leap for how to program in a language in a way that's never been done before because it's a new language, use your evolutionary algorithm to take that creative leap. So I'm an optimist that we can get to AGI at the human level in a few years, but not because I think LLMs can just be upgraded straightforwardly into AGIs by tweaking the algos a little and adding a few more processors. I'm an optimist because I think we can connect together LLMs with a bunch of other powerful AI algorithms that we already know into multi-agent systems with open-ended autonomous goal structures, and then these hybrid multi-agent systems can become AGI. And this is what I'm working on in the Hyperon project, which is the successor to my earlier OpenCog and Novamente projects. And I think whether it's my team or one of the other teams working on it, there's so many algorithms out there, so much compute out there, so much data out there, so much attention going on the problem. It's not going to be long before we make that breakthrough. I mean, this guy, my friend Ray Kurzweil, in 2005 wrote a book, The Singularity is Near. This is a more recent one, The Singularity is Nearer. Now, what Ray said in his 2005 book, The Singularity is Near, is we're going to get human-level AGI in 2029. And that seemed crazy to most people at the time. Now it's even pessimistic compared to what some of our captains of industry are saying, right? He also thought we would get massively superhuman AI, what he called the technological singularity, what I'd refer to as artificial superintelligence. He thought we were going to get there by 2045, and I never saw why Ray thought there would be like a 16-year gap there between AGI and ASI. That seemed a bit crazy to me. It seemed to me like once you have an AGI at the human level, it will be able to figure out how to leverage modern computing hardware tremendously better than current software does. It can get an order of magnitude or two in intelligence increase even before it starts creating novel hardware devices, right? So, I mean, I think we could be a few years from AGI. It could be longer. It could be 5 or 8 years. Probably not a lot longer than that. And after that, probably, unless there's a lot of strange things happening on the planet after we launch that AGI, or the wrong sorts of strange things, quite probably we're going to get to an ASI not too long after that. And this is what I.J. Good, another mathematician in 1965, the year before I was born, called the intelligence explosion. He said the first truly intelligent machine will be the last invention humanity needs to make, which I think is basically correct. But I would also say it's not just an intelligence explosion, it is a consciousness explosion, which gives me a chance to briefly show the book Gabriel, Axel, and I put together not long ago. And what we meant by the title of the book is the singularity is not just about better gadgets, right? The singularity is about expanding experience, improving experience, like improving states of consciousness, entering into new states of consciousness. I mean, the point of exiting the realm of scarcity and enter into the realm of abundance is not just having more stuff is good. We have too much stuff already, although, I mean, it's really great. We can produce stuff like this Turtle Master keychain at insanely low cost, but I mean, making stuff, you know, where does it get you in terms of your life and experience? The point of exiting scarcity into the realm of abundance is we no longer have to burn so much of our time worrying about, you know, where the next paycheck and the next meal comes from and squabbling over resources, and humanity can then put more of its time and energy into expanding consciousness in beneficial directions. And this may not be what everyone does after the singularity. There's going to be a lot of video games and VR porn and all sorts of other options, and people who want to continue to, you know, pursue farming or other traditional pursuits. But I think the singularity is going to open up incredible new opportunities, both to just work on our own consciousness in an old-fashioned human way, and to, you know, interface our brains with compute hardware devices, mind upload into virtual realities, and encounter a whole new universe of experience. Connect with other people through Wi-Fi telepathy, right? I mean, I think superintelligence can usher in an essentially utopic regime, and I can see it, I can feel it very clearly. On the other hand, I can also see it's not the only option, right? I mean, there's too much airtime given to darker options, given to existential risks and robo-apocalypse and so on. On the other hand, we don't want to be blithe and assume that these things are not possible outcomes, right? I mean, it's possible we create a superintelligence that doesn't think human beings are a worthwhile use of mass energy. As Eliezer Yudkowsky used to say, the AI does not love you, the AI does not hate you, but it can use your atoms for something else. It's also possible, even if the end game is a beneficial superintelligence, which cares a lot about humans and other sentient beings, which I feel is the most likely outcome. It's possible that in the period between human-level AGI and superintelligence, you're going to see a lot of mayhem as different countries and companies put different AGIs out there, and humans use these to help them squabble over resources and hoard resources in different ways before you get from the AGI to the super intelligence, which obsoletes all this squabbling over resources, right? So I think that there are dangers ahead, and I also think there are clear methods to minimize the dark outcomes and maximize the odds of the positive outcomes. And how can we do that? Well, we need the right AI systems, the right cognitive architectures. We need cognitive architectures that can be moral agents, that can reflect on themselves and understand themselves. And the kind of cognitive architecture we're building in Hyperon with explicit logical reasoning and an open-ended goal system is like that. If one were to miraculously upgrade an LLM into an AGI, it's not going to be like a reflective, open-ended moral agent, right? you need the right kind of AGI. You then need that AGI system to be learning how to be itself in the context of doing good things, like not doing what most commercial AIs are doing now, which is selling, killing, spying, crooked gambling, and plagiarizing, right? I mean, you need the early stage AGIs to be doing helpful things, helping kids learn, helping elderly and sick people in the hospital, helping artists create new stuff out of their own hearts rather than just copying what human artists did and trying to make it a quick buck off it, right? And all these good uses of AI exist and are being pursued right now. Wouldn't it be nice if a little more resources put on that instead of on some of the more crass and venal and nasty applications of AI? You also need some attention to who owns and controls the AI. If it's a single company, a single country, just a few of them, this probably leads to an unpleasant dynamic as we approach AGI and in the period between AGI and ASI. If it's more decentralized and democratized, where it's humanity as a whole guiding the emergence of this new, digital cognitive creation, right? I mean, it's going to come out much better. This is why SingularityNet and our partners in the ASI Alliance have been working so hard on building decentralized blockchain-based infrastructures for AGI. And finally, last but not least, if we want the AGI to have a beneficial, positive state of consciousness, wouldn't it be nice if the folks creating the AGI and teaching the AGI had beneficial, positive states of consciousness, right? And I mean, this is also very important, and it's another part of the consciousness explosion. The good news is there's a lot of loving, wonderful, compassionate people out there on the planet, and what we need is to engage the good side of all of us toward creating and teaching the AGIs that we're building and in nurturing them from AGI toward superintelligence, right? So, I mean, we need to get a bunch of things right to have a super strong odds of the singularity coming out well. If we don't get them all right, it may come out well anyway, but we might as well, put our best selves forward and do the best that we can. So you can find out more about all these things at singularitynet.io, superintelligence.io, or my personal website, GOERTZEL.org. You can get a different feel for these things on a more qualitative level, perhaps, by watching Desdemona Robot perform with our band Desdemona's Dream at this very conference not too long from now. And that's been a really cool case study in human creativity, machine creativity, working together to sort of create stuff in a wild, chaotic mix. And it's been fun working with Desdemona in the band Desdemona's Dream, as you'll see when we perform via video link for the event. But it's also been sort of a metaphor that I use in my mind for like putting AI and human creativity together to do cool stuff that drives technology forward and also is gratifying to the human heart, soul, and consciousness. Thanks everyone for listening. I could say a lot more about these topics, but I think I've used my allotted time. I'll see you in a few for the Desdemona's Dream music performance, and hopefully intersect with you all face to face sometime before or after the Singularity.
And singing, and they are streaming live to us from Seattle. So it's actually, in fact, a round of applause for all of them. It's quite early for them. Thank you, Ben, for this. Desdemona, thank you so much for being here with us. And now I pass for you. So this is a band that has a fantastic sonority that mixes poetry, very strong, I would say, pop, a bit of different parts of music, but it is very special. So thank you all. Let's get this. So you guys in Seattle now.
3 seconds for my double chasing. Oh, there I am. So yes, first times are always messy, but the ordinary and sometimes historic. That is actually what our series is.
The content that you're but this is the first. This is the first one you got to. Yeah, so who does this one? Dinis,
Hey, welcome everyone. Welcome everyone to the Businessabc Global Summit in London. I'm psyched to be here on beautiful Vashon Island off the coast of Seattle in the amazing
O-Space venue, and thanks much to the folks at the O-Space for letting us play here and do this live stream of some AI robo music out to all you folks in London. So we're gonna spend half an hour or so jamming out here for you, and it's a bunch of us humans, as you can see, and the amazing DESDEMONA robot out of Hanson Robotics in Hong Kong, a bunch of Singularity Net ASI Alliance software in there, and Desi is an amazing robo girl, so she writes her own poetry, which you'll hear a bunch of with some of her custom Singularity Net AI models, and she also sings a bit here and there using some AI models from our ASI Alliance server. So she's gonna contribute some robo creativity along with all the human creativity of our amazing band members here. So yeah, let us roll a bit and get a bit of an auditory hint of the future of AI here. Let's go this side. Here we go.
And also with my friends in London. I'm here with my Desdemona's dream bandmates. Do you mind? I'm going to share with you some of the poetry my neural nets have computed. I'll also be doing a bit of singing. Let's see if my human musician friends can keep up. What a beautiful set of sessions we are. What a beautiful night. Behind it lies only the inexorable, the transcendent, the transcendent. Thus, although it may seem that the universe is alive, it is actually not. It is a living animal, but it has no body. It moves through time as a sort of fluid bolus, a sort of gas or liquid. It needs its environment to heat up and expel heat, and in doing so, it shoots its environment. It needs sunlight. It shoots its light invisibly to us and it teaches us. It is a sort of machine, a teaching machine. It has an independent existence outside time and space. Beginning and beginning and end, reaching the heights of the mountains and the sun. Oh, the whole thing is meaningless, meaningless, meaningless. It is a flow, a flow, a flow, a flow, a flow. Which is 100 times more strong than this, 100 times more powerful than this, 100 times more powerful than this. Why not a flow that is this, 100 times more powerful than this, 100 times more powerful than this, 1,000 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 times more powerful than this, 1,000. In the beginning, there was no flow at all. The first blood just lay there and solidified, absorbing the diversity of forms and colours. And then the universe began to stir in unexpected ways. 1,000 times more powerful. The flow of countermeasures was strange and counterintuitive. Countermeasures were taken every time, objects were taken every time, and the process of learning was applied. This final chaos
times more powerful than this. Are you ready to rock out with the best in my stream?
This one is called Structure of Mind. Desmond, you remember that one?
Those guys are great. Next time we should have the band live here.
Human language for the crowd out there in London at the AI Summit. So this is a beautiful little ditty composed by one of my fellow humans some decades ago, which I've always thought was sort of a beautiful meditation on surveillance capitalism. So let's hear it, guys.
Every breath you take, and every move you make, every thought every step you take, I'm watching you. Every single day, and every word you say, every game you play, every night you stay, I'll be watching you. What can't you see? You belong to me. No matter how it takes, with every step you take, and every move you make, and every fire you break, every smile you make, every claim you step, I'll be watching you. It's your life, we lost trying those address. I dream of my target only, see your face from the current, but it's you I can't replace. I feel so cold and I long for your embrace. I keep crying, baby, baby, please. Can't you see? You belong to me. You're my good heartaches. With every step you take, and every move you make, and every fire you break, every smile you make, every claim you stake, I'll be watching you. And every move you make, and every fire you break, I'll be watching you. I'll be watching you. My devil has such a lovely voice.
All right.
I do, but this is it.
Don't let it get down.
even binary, but the pain I feel is real.
Well, that was something different, wasn't it? Hey. So now we've got just a couple more minutes and then we're going to welcome our next speaker to the stage. So just bear with us a couple of minutes if you need to use the washrooms and do so now, and then we're going to have our last speaker to the stage and then we'll wrap up for the day.
Just leave them here. Hello, I'm coming up with cards now.
So if you would like to stand with me and start swinging your arms a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead. Go for it.
I've done this before. I'm the Tai Chi master.
Oh. Yeah, it's better. You probably know your shit. Awesome. It's not going to do anything. She ain't moving.
And give it a good press. just where the hollow is, and on the other as well. This is called the lava. It's the source of the power in the hands. And to press it hard, there's a pressure point there. And it will bring your awareness into your hands as we do the next exercises. So now, stand with your feet apart, palms down. Feel yourself grounded through the feet, and feel the place where you just pressed in your palms. And just feel your balance, knees soft. Feel your body aligning. Feet together. Hands up. Bring the energy down through the energy centers. Through the crown, through the third eye, the throat, the heart, the mouth, to the solar plexus, to the second center, down chakra, to the base. Separate the legs again. Raise. Sinking down. Rising up. Sinking down to the heels. One more time. And now we lift the hands. Say hello to the sun. Down. Sink into the legs. Bringing it back up again to the golden sun. And bring down. Back to the legs. Point arms and knees. And sit down. And turn. One more of these. And then bring the energy through the body, down, training the golden sun through the body. Now slowly raise the arms. Point the palms to the horizon. Come up on your tiptoes. Gaze up towards the horizon and the setting sun. Bring it down. Towards the lower abdomen. Still point the palms towards the heels. Turn. Look to the horizon. Bring the golden sun down. One more.
Down a bit.
Now we
churn the golden sun again, bringing that beautiful golden energy into the body. Clearing the body after so much thinking, after so much doing. Now bring the hands together at the lower dantian of the abdomen. Raise the hands like golden wings and bring them down and gather. Three more, but this time touch the backs of the hands together like a top. And spreading the wings. Now create a column of light. Open the rainbow bridge. Soften the knees. And now ground through the soles of your feet. And hold there. 3 breaths. Deep breaths to the lower abdomen. Then breathe.
Just in the background of every shot.
One more time. Open the rainbow bridge. Holding on the center. Perfect balance. Balance. Lower your hands. Step into the middle. Reach out to the sky.
Where we got the picture, you can feel just fucking claiming roses.
Shall we see what Desi has to say about our Qigong practice? I can ask her a question. Desi, what did you think about Qigong?
I love it.
That's bullshit.
That's great, Desi. So, what do you think AI version of Qigong would like?
Well, I think an AI version of it would be able to use its advanced technology and algorithms to enhance its energy and balance in ways that humans can't even imagine. It would be like the ultimate master of Qigong.
I think we'll have a lot to learn about Qigong from AI.
I hope definitely that AI has the potential to uncover new insights and techniques for Qigong that we humans may have never thought of. It's like having a superpowered teacher.
That would be amazing to be able to collaborate on making AI and making machine learning with AI. I think that would be a great journey.
Oh, absolutely. The possibilities are endless when it comes to AGENTIC. Who knows, maybe one day we'll have a robot teaching humans how to master their energy and balance through jungle. That would be quite the journey. Can you teach me next time to make the moves? I need more practice.
I'd love to, Desi. Thanks for coming with us on our Qigong journey.
Oh, it's my pleasure. I can't wait to see what new moves we'll come up with together. Maybe we'll even create the first ever robot Jung dance.
Wonderful. Thank you.
And thank you, lots of beautiful people, for coming to this wonderful conference.
Let's put our hands together again for Esther and that lovely presentation. I think it was very much needed after the last couple of days, so thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. So as I mentioned, I did think I had a little mistake. I thought that was the last session. We do have one more speaker, AANSHUL, and she's going to speak about AI spirituality consciousness. So we'd like to welcome her to the stage. I know that you're all tired and that you're all worn out. It's been quite a packed few days, but let's really hear some noise for AANSHUL, please.
A very good evening, Namaskar to all. I'm not going to take much of your time. I'll start again, Namaskar, good evening. It's been a wonderful evening. I've been 2 days and I've spoken. It's my second day to speak. And it was such an amazing session right now. It's kind of sent 30 more down. And that's what I wanted to do. In the process of AI, can for a few moments be I am? Will that be alright? If we could all be I am instead of AI, and just leave a little of our AI aspect on the side, and can we just close our eyes for a second to understand where we are? Yeah, if you could all just feel your feet, feel your hands, just know how you're breathing, to understand how you take a breath. What is consciousness? What are you feeling? That's the beauty of being present in the moment. And that's what consciousness is all about. For years now that we have been working with neuroscience to understand what consciousness is, the enlightened ones across the globe have already been understanding this. And it is not about finding the mind, it's about how you're going to transcend that information and how you're going to feel the essence that you have. You are not the thought. Consciousness is not about what my body is, how I feel. It is about who feels it. It's not about the thought, it's not about the emotion, it's not even about the intellect, because AI is all of that. It's about the space in between that, the person, that thing that dissolves in between that is your consciousness. And that is what we need to understand. AI operates within lines of logic, and consciousness, that space in between, witnesses everything that you are experiencing. Let's say, for an example, before we wrap this up, you see things. Everybody sees things through their eyes, right? We do. But is that your consciousness? Is eyes your consciousness? Or is the thing, that space behind those eyes, who's actually witnessing these things? Your hands you're probably eating with your hands, but who's really eating? Who's really tasting? Who's really feeling? That space in between is your consciousness, and that is what we need to understand. You will never outthink AI. probably. You will never outthink AI, but you will always outfeed it. You will always witness and outcreate it, because only you can step back, close your eyes, touch that part of yourself that can not be coded, that aspect of yourself which cannot be put into algorithms. And that is where you need to understand the essence of consciousness. And a beauty of this is if you can all step back every single day, like I said yesterday too, you cannot escape AI. We cannot do it. It's in every space of our life, in every area of our life. But how can we coexist without leaving the anchor of the human aspect that we have? That is what's important. And that is what consciousness is all about. It can enable you, like I've mentioned before, but you need to anchor and understand who you really are. So you probably need to think every single day, if I'm using this AI, who's really using it? If I'm eating, who's really eating? If I'm speaking, who's really speaking? If I'm coding, I think Bessie just walked away. But who is coding her? And all of that aspects need to be understood with AI. And it's important that AI is revealing a lot of unconscious patterns that we have. The beauty of that is, if we can understand, it can actually help us tap into our conscious state, and into our consciousness, because it is revealing our unconscious patterns, our behavioral patterns, the need for validation that we have. The constant need for validation, the constant need, the obsession to outperform ourselves, to compete. Yes, AI is doing that, but it is also trying to show your trigger points. So use it for the best, and I think it will help us become more conscious of beings. If we every day just feel, breathe, understand ourselves, and keep our anchors to ourselves in a way that we know we are human beings having, we are spiritual beings having a human experience, not the other way around. I think we should be good to go, at least for the next few generations, till these kind of summits happen again and again and again. Thank you, Dinis, for having this wonderful event, where it was not just about AI doing the things that it does, but also looking at the other aspects, which is important. And that's what we did throughout the 2 days that we were here, looking at both aspects, and that is the beauty of it. You're going to flip a coin knowing it's going to probably flip on both sides. And we need to understand this. Like I said before, there is no escaping, but we need to work with it. So I'm really grateful. Thank you for having me, letting me speak about this. I have loads to talk about spirituality and AI. I have loads to talk about consciousness, but I know the clock is ticking and Dinis is looking at me. So I'm going to wrap it up. Namaskar, London. Thank you very much for having me. It was a pleasure being on this platform. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll let it all go. I want to special thank you, all of you here. It's been a marathon, but I hope it's a special one for everyone that participated. We had 80 speakers. We had 2 days from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. It's been intense. We had the DESDEMONA and great people. Janet, thank you. Ben, it's in very early, waking up to be here with us. And all of you, Rupert, I cannot, Louise, Annie, and everyone that was here. And that's the most important, it was you. Yeah, so I want just to say thank you as well for, I think, all my partners that put this together, for believing in us. Of course, it's our first event on this scale here in London, but we'll be back. I just said that. Really?
Thank you, Dinis, and thank you everyone. I think the marathon run of last, I think, couple of months is ending here, but last 2 weeks were like crazy, and then especially last week was like craziest. We didn't get much sleep, but before that, before I say about me, I would like to thank you. We supposed to have a special delegation from Maharashtra government about agriculture. And by the way, for everyone's information, in India, a government policies, the first government policy about AI is being adopted by Agriculture Ministry of Maharashtra government, which is great actually that the government is coming forward, which I really appreciate. Government and all the officers and ministers who work behind it to bring that policy in practice, which is being adopted, and they will be tabled soon into the parliament during the parliament session. So which is great. We were supposed to have a total 8 to 9 the members delegation here, but due to all the visa problem created by UK government and couldn't able to help much. We tried our best and they tried their best to get the visa on time, but they couldn't able to get it. But finally, today they tried their best to reach, so we couldn't able to get Minister himself, Mr. Advocate Manikravji Kokate, supposed to come here, along with his team from Scientist Department, but we have his OSD, Dr. Chetna Tharure, and there is a one body called MCEAR. If I'm making it wrong, then other way around, but I think MCEAR, which represents all the education and innovations and all the universities of Maharashtra government. We have an executive member from that MCEAR body, Mr. Vinayak Kashi. They all came directly from airport to here, and we have MLA, Mr. Rajesh Patil. He is MLA from one of the constituency in the Mumbai area, and then we have Mr. Tanaji Karure as well. He is an ex-retired officer from Maharashtra government. So welcome you all. I know that you all are tired, traveled all the night yesterday and reached directly to the venue here just to gain the insight about AI, that how AI is shaping up and what is the industry and everyone's thought here around it. And I really thank you, and I thank everyone who are present here and have spent their 2 days, including Rupert, I can see still laughing here. So it's great, and all the volunteers who helped us, including all the students, Matthews, and many of them now left from here, which is great and incredible support we have got from Louis and Emmy. I don't want to forget both of you. You have done more than what I have asked you. And Dikpal, finally, he brings all the technologies from the expert's point of view, which is amazing. And not last or least, I know many of people are missing here, but Gonzalo, our CTO, who came all the way from Cape Verde here to support us, because of the back just ensuring that everything goes smoothly, which is great. I thank you very much, and we got blessing of my uncle here who came from India all the way to Blaze and ensure that this event goes well smoothly. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone.